Hello and welcome to the stream. So last week, as you can see from the map, we took Ras Al Khaimah and also Al Dahid. The past couple of weeks, what's been happening, I wasn't sure, but now I know. When I shut the server down on Sunday evening, and I noticed that we'd got a couple of armoured divisions coming down from these two places down to here. So when this place was recaptured, and this place the previous couple of weeks, it was literally because the enemy, left to their own devices, had decided to counter, and there was no one there to do anything about it. So rather than leave this one out, I think today we'll probably go here. We may also at the same time go to the chemical site and then start a push up. Anyway, I'm going to start in the Shark today, and I'm going to position myself over here. We look at the range. Yeah, this is well within range. So there's mountains there and then this ridge. There's somewhere up here in these mountains, I should be able to take a position and look down with some level of cover. So going to this area should be good, I reckon. That's unless the planes have already done it by the first time. Eric.
Good morning, how's you?
Well, good, thank you. Couldn't hear you then, Lise. I looked at the state of play on Sunday, and it looks like it's not people coming on. The enemy had launched a counter. So when I actually come in round Ras Malai, the one that we took last week, or two of them, one of the two, there were two armoured divisions sitting close by Ras Al Khaimah, or Khaimah or whatever. So I suspect they just took it and then obviously worked their way down. So it wasn't people coming on, it just, people took it. So stopping it seems to be the right way, but I'll stop it Sunday night. But we just have to be careful. It's late. What I was thinking is if we start off with Fujairah, we can do that one and the chem site at the same time. We haven't got a pup today, but then that keeps this bit clean, and then we can push up if we can.
Okay, works for me. I was kind of surprised with that because my understanding was that if no one's on, the server automatically pauses. Perhaps that's a setting that needs...
To be honest, it's a setting in the server that if no one goes on. However, with some of these missions, if you pause the server, this is going back, I'm assuming it's the same with this. If you pause the server, it causes problems because of everything that's been going on and all the flags and the coding. So that's why on the previous one that we used to play on Spatey's server, you couldn't pause the server, so it used to be stopped. So everything should carry on, when there's nobody on. It should carry on as far as I'm aware, unless you can find anything that says any different. But there is a setting to say pause. Pardon?
I'll have a little dig around and
see what you can find.
Particularly for you, not having to keep changing it over.
I don't mind on a Sunday, so what I did was just ran up the original training mission. So there was something there for people to play if they wanted to go on, do you know what I mean? Right, hello, welcome to the channel, by the way. There's a few people on. Hello and welcome. If you've got any questions, as always, ask. I was just explaining, if you've just joined, that stopping the server last week, when I went to go in, there's a couple of armoured divisions coming down to this base. So I think that's what happened. and they took over the missions, but we'll try and find out. Today we're going to start attacking this base and that base, and then we can move up from there on. So looking at here, there's a good area here. There's mountains, you can see there's high ridges, and then it comes down a little bit, but there's still some mountains here. And looking at the ranges as well, that's within the range of a shark. So I should be able to sit behind these hills, and I'll start off with a shark. And then if there's no joy, eventually I might move into an 8NC or something like that. I'll go from aldehyde rather than minehead. It's a little bit shorter to go down that way. If anyone's got any questions, please jump in and ask. If you want to join in, you're more than welcome. Password is Xmas, lowercase as far as I remember. So I'm going to join the blue side. Go into dynamic slots. Pardon?
Good morning, yes, very well yourself.
So, yeah.
It's not nice and sunny, but a weekend off's a weekend off.
Right, so what I'm going to do is jump in to this, and I'll do a bog standard loadout, get rid of the igloos, remove those payloads. It's just extra weight for now. It is a bit clunky the way you use those. They're never designed for this, to be honest. And I'll say, okay. I'll go through the startup the first time. If anyone's got any questions on the startup or how to fly, please ask. I've also got a bad leg still, and we'll see how long I can last. I have to be careful. It's a bit of an open wound with a dressing on it that I did the other Sunday, and after a while it does start to cause me problems. So hopefully I'll spawn soon. If not, my game is going to crash, which it tends to every time I start. Oh mate, you would not believe. It's not a hole like it was before. You know, I caught my arm on the lock on the kitchen door at the end of January, and caused quite a big problem, and that's still healing, right? And then my leg, I caught it on the bed, and I can send you a picture.
Over each site, and I've changed their laser code to 1111. So it keeps it away from the normal ones.
Yeah, no worries, matey. As long as everybody knows. So literally,
They'll have to wrap you in bubble wrap.
Oh, tell me about it. And when I went to the doctors for my arm, because I'm on sort of, I visit them once a week, and I change my dressings myself on a Saturday. And I went and I said, oh, I've got another one. And she looked, and she was quite concerned. I know that's going to be like 2 to 3 months. And so by the time I get to playing on Tuesday in Star Citizen, I have to get someone else to fly. You know, it's a bit too sore. But at least I don't have to suddenly finish just at 1 o'clock today. I've got a bit more time because the other half's are not at work. Right, I'll start my startup. However, every week for the past 3 weeks, not long in, for some reason, my game just stops. It just crashes. And once it crashes, it's perfect after. I think it's just a new feature of DCS for me. But anyway, we'll see how we get on. I'll go through the startup first time and then move on. Spatey, am I right in saying on these missions that you're not supposed to use pause when there's nobody on? Because I remember reading it on some of the older missions, it didn't like it if you paused. And so I haven't been pausing the server when we leave, and we come back and the places we took have been taken. And when I looked last Sunday, I could see 2 armoured divisions down by one of the places we took from the enemy. So I stopped it and then
fired. Pause with no clients.
Okay, so it's fine. It carries on okay. Because I remember reading something ages ago that you shouldn't use pause. It's better to stop it, but that could have been versions ago. Do you know what I mean? All right, I'll change that. Right, okay, we're going to start by looking in the right knee area.
It's been fine.
Okay, right, thanks. I checked with Spatey, Rick, and he said it's fine. It works fine with a pause on exit.
Oh, that's good.
So I'll set that up. So we're going to switch the batteries on. We're going to go around to the right elbow, and we're going to switch on the Ekran hydraulics, which is here. Shut the flap. Look at the front and hit the master caution. This is the Shark 3, therefore we're not going to do anything with the INU at this stage. We're going to switch on the KO41. We're going to switch on the Abris. We're going to turn around to the right and switch on the fuel flow for forward, aft and fuel QTY. We'll switch on the APU fuel flow, and we'll see from the left hand side there's a little light that says APU fuel flow is on or open. We're going to press the start button and then drop the collective brake. Okay, once I've done that, I'm going to shut the door, and then we're just going to wait for this to spool up. When the third light is on, we're ready to start. We always start with the left engine first, or engine number 1. The reason why I explain it like that is it depends what you're looking at as to what the engine is called, which is a bit inconsistent, but hey ho. Okay, so left hand EEG, electronic engine governor, left hand fuel shut-off valve, over to the left knee again, and we're going to move the multifunction toggle switch to the left hand engine and hit start. We're going to zoom out a little bit so we can see the RPM. Here you'll see needle number 1. Now it's changed drop. That will drop down, and when it gets to 2 or 20% of RPM, we're going to move the left hand engine valve, cut-off valve up, and observe the exhaust gas temperature, and you know you've got a good engine start. Okay, it's a dual counter-rotating blade helicopter, therefore it doesn't need an anti-torque rotor or tail rotor. So that means all your flight control surfaces are pushed through those blades. Okay, so rudder, pitch and roll. That'll come into play later. Anyone got any questions so far? Sorry if that was a bit loud then, I might wake you all up. You on your way back to see RUL1, Lise? Oh, you got your mining ship? Yeah. Where did you get it from? Right, okay. Then go back to CRUL1 and then claim your ship. Just have a look, see what's in it. You're after borax, but then again you want borax, laranite, bexolite. Okay, once it's gone up to speed, which is just after 70, we do exactly the same, but using the right hand engine or engine number 2. Right hand engine EEG, right hand fuel flow, turn round to the left knee, move the little switch down to the right hand engine, hit the start button, zoom out, have a little look at the needle. This is now needle number 2. It's a lot easier to put 1 and 2 on than it is RH for some unknown reason. Once it gets to 20%, right hand engine cut off up, watch the exhaust gas temperature, and we're getting a good engine start. If you notice, if I put the visor on, right, we haven't got any ribbon, and you'll see that in a minute. While we're waiting for this engine to spool up, we're going to switch on the intercom, which is on the lower radio switch panel here. And we're also going to switch on the voice warn just behind the joystick. So the voice warn will allow any errors or faults to be read aloud by the equivalent to Bitching Betty, and it'll tell you the information that you can see on the ecran. Once it's up to speed, which it is, it's sitting at idle, we're going to move the throttles up. There's no switches or buttons for the throttles. It's page up twice, and to be honest, you never move it down, right? So just use page up on the keyboard, and that way around it will be fine, and you won't waste a button. Once this comes up, listen for the 3 messages.
I've been using my Apache Collective from the pill. Took 3 months to arrive, but have changed the helicopter experience.
Oh, right. Oh, I can imagine. I bet it's as big as going from using a joystick on a table and then having it between your legs with an extension. Because that is a hell of a change, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? It changes all your control, and it takes ages to get used to. But I would also imagine, did you say the collective, right? Because it's a collective,
Yes, so much range in the throttle.
Yeah, when it's the collective, I bet because it's different to having a throttle, you find it natural to pull it up. Do you know what I mean? It's an easier transition, I would imagine, than going from moving your joystick and getting an extension. Because it's a different device, you learning something new. Do you know what I mean? I just wondered. I mean, I'm not there yet, but then again, the way I've got my stuff set up, I couldn't even stick a collective on this. I've got a little mouse table sticking out the side with a G13 on, which is where I would be mounting the stick.
I had been training myself on the normal throttle to work that way.
Yeah.
It's very counterintuitive.
No, I can imagine. I mean, I still push my throttle forward to pull the thing up because my muscle memory is just, forward is more. Doesn't matter what I'm doing. Forward is more of something, if that makes sense. But interesting to know. Right, I am going to put my page up.
Electrics on battery. Doppler navigation system failing. No nav data.
Okay, electrics on battery. So if we look at the electrics, they're currently just on battery. So we're going to switch on the AC generators, right, for the left and right hand engine. No nav data, which there isn't. There's nothing there. And the other one was Doppler navigation system, right? Can't do anything about that. We haven't started the helicopter properly yet. However, on the Shark 3, we need to do the alignment. So I'll do it here. Now, it depends on the mission. Normally, if you're flying by yourself or some missions, you will have to manually do it. On this particular mission, it's set to automatically do it. Okay, so doing it manually, what you would do is switch this up to operation, turn round and press the INU up, and then you'd have to turn a knob. However, on the automatic, you don't need to do that. So when you first get in the Shark 3 and you fire it up, if you don't do the alignment, you'll see there's a 10-degree discrepancy between the heading and the trimming bug. Also, my back's aching, but I don't know whether that's because of my leg or because I keep putting my feet up and it's causing me a problem with my back. And poor old Lucy's having to bath me with a plastic thing over my leg and my arm out the back. I can't have a shower. Good. Good. Okay, so once that's done, normally when those are 10 degrees out, what you've got to do is adjust this dial with this knob from here, which is the or magnetic variation and change it to your actual heading, press this switch. Let's have a look. This one here, down, back to the middle, and it's aligned, and then you put this back to where it is. On this version, because it's automatically done for you, you don't have to worry. You just start it up, switch the things on, and it's done. Okay, now that we're here, we can carry on with the rest of it. Switch on the VHF 1, 2, data link, VHF talk. The data link here on this navigation system, move this round to wingman, put on pitch hold, bank hold and heading hold. These are similar to the SAS channels on the Apache or the A10C, and they're called stability augmentation system, and it basically smooths the input from your controls. Switch on the seat ejection, put the fire extinguisher on, look round to the right elbow. We're going to switch on the L140 laser, which is the laser designator for the laser guided weapons, as in the Vickers, and also the rangefinder for the Schwal. So we're going to pop the UV26 up, which is the countermeasures, and we can see those are on. And now we can stop the APU. When you stop the APU, just make sure that you press the red button. You press the white
What's
button.
the server password, Mel?
XMAS, from when we were doing the World War II Christmas week. I never changed it back yet. Should be lowercase as far as I'm aware. Okay, so we're going to put the APU shut off down. Okay, and we should be good to go. Now, I shut the doors, I think. Yeah, I did. Right, let me put the red doodad on, which is here. Now, I've started on a FARP, or on a helicopter pad, and this is really important. The brake is on. Now, when you start on what do you call the apron? No, the apron, the parking bays on the airport. It's not too fussy. If you're going to go for a rolling takeoff or takeoff on the runway, this doesn't need to be on. Excuse me. But if you're not on there, you pad. Yeah, that'll do. That's good enough. Thank you, Pizza Bread, and welcome to the channel. So we want this on because when you start in this helicopter and you start applying collective, you have to push the stick forward as you start to take off. And as you can see, we haven't got very much room, and this will roll forward. And whilst these pads do not seem very steep at all, right? If you were in VR, you'd realise that is a bit of a step. And if your nose goes over there, your blades are in the dirt, okay? So make sure the brakes are on. The way you put the brakes on is left shift and tap W. It's really nice, isn't it? If you got any questions, which you shouldn't have, I hope, or I do anything wrong, and you want to put me right, please feel free. This isn't me talking bollocks all the time, but sometimes a bit slips out. So please feel free to correct. Okay, so when you start to take off, this is the default position, and we're going to push forward on the stick. Now, once you start applying collective power, as I said, this is going to roll, which is how you taxi around an airport. Okay, so, ow, my back is killing me as well, but hey ho. Oh, thank you for the follow. So let's just adjust this to nav. Now, if we look at the target area.
Good lesson. I only have CAF 50, not 53.
Oh, right, yeah. It's just the most of this is the same, right, as the normal Shark. So the brake and everything is the same. The difference is In the startup, if you were here just, you would see normally with the Shark 2, once you've done the master caution on the front, you can go around and start the INU, and then you do the KO41, the Abris, etc., etc. Whereas with the Shark 3, it needs alignment, and again, depending on the thing. The only difference between the two, apart from this is so bloody useful, and the fact that it tells you people have fired, but you don't know where from. So you do get warnings when things are firing, which is good, and you can see exactly where it's been fired from, but you just don't know, right, whether it's friendly or not. So there's a tendency to sort of, unless you hear someone say rifle or something, there's a tendency to be a bit twitchy. Other than that, it's more or less the same, to be honest. Radio's on. I'm not sure if anyone's on 124. 124 radio check. Right, I'll turn the brightness.
555.
Ah, there you go.
Under attack. Warning. Under attack.
So,
124 radio check.
Lima Charlie. 5x5. Right, so this, right, it could be a plane coming, which if you look, can't see anything, but it could be the guys here launching. Do you see what I mean? So it's, you have to be careful. So just just be very careful. That's all I can say. Just be ready to move, and some people are a bit slow. Right, okay, so I'm going to take off. Ow. And I'm going to slowly, it's really difficult to see on here, unfortunately. I'm going to, as I start to, yeah, you can see the missiles now, look, see? I'm going to start to push this forward, because if I don't, this aircraft is going to go backwards. Okay? So that's what's going to happen. Now, what I was about to do and then forgot to do it is I'm going to put a little mark over here. We've got 2 Reapers out, and I'm aiming for this sort of area. So if we look here, we've got these on the edge. My range is 7.1k. Now that is the flat range. However, if I'm up a hill, for instance, if I'm over here, we can see there's some hills there. I don't know how high they are, but that might mean that I can sit over here, lift up, and if this is high enough, it's going to extend my range. Pardon?
I'm full up now.
See, how long did that take?
About 10 minutes.
Right, so just hope the refinery works. Go back to CRUL1. See, I'm doing advice that way as well. Okay, so I'm going to move down to here, utilise these hills. If we come into here, it's too flat. So that's my plan. So now I want to know from here, I'm going to go 120. I will be wiggling around a little bit first of all to explain how the trimmer works. Right, so I'm going to start applying collective. You can see the collective on the upper left quadrant going up, and as I start going light on wheels, I'm going to push my cyclic forward like that, right, so I don't go backwards. And ideally I want to be going 120. I don't want to go too fast, because before I do that, I want to explain what's going on in the hood. It sounds funny. Right, okay. If I let go of this, now, I have trimmed the helicopter, and this is really important to understand with the Shark. Right, when you look at the helicopter, right, I am not doing anything, and it is one of the helicopters that are brilliant for when you want a cup of tea or coffee. I'm not hinting, by the way, I'm explaining. The way the trimmer works, and I've got to explain it, because if you understand how the trimmer works in this, you'll understand how the trimmer works in the Apache. And if you want to learn the Apache, learn the Huey first, get to understand how the Huey works and how helicopters fly, what a VRS is, and how to land, and all the problems associated with helicopter flight. Then jump into this, doesn't matter if it's just the loaner, and learn how this trims, and then go to the Apache, and it's like having a massive leg up. All right, so we can see at the moment then there's a line extending from here, and this is telling me which way I'm drifting. This is my speed in kilometers, this is my height. You'll find it's if are you landing okay in the Shark? What you should always remember when you come into land, an easy way is you never go to land on somewhere, you go to hover either just above it or just by it, and you allow ground effect to kick in and support you. And then if you can do that at a very low height, the last little bit is easy. Right, so instead of trying to say, if I wanted to land down there on that junction, instead of going and trying to move along and then suddenly stop on the junction, I would just basically pop it down low enough, get into a hover, and then just slide over to where I want it to be and then drop it down, if that makes sense. Right, okay, so this is telling me which way I'm drifting, and if you look out the window it's fairly obvious, but if you're over water, above cloud or snow, it's not obvious which way you're going. Yeah, also if anybody does want a sort of one-to-one-ish or anything like that during the week, if you let me know, I do have some time available on Huey or this, or I can help with the Apache. The Apache is not my strongest helicopter, but the flying of it is fine. All the rest of the systems I'm still a bit behind, but hey. So this is telling you where you're going, especially when you're over, as I said, snow, desert, water or cloud. Okay, if we look up here, there's two markers. One is a triangle, if I turn around there, and that is our heading, and this is where the trimmer is set, and the trimmer on this is virtually everything. What I would do, hey Barry, or Barry is it, sorry I can't quite read it because of the colour on black. May I suggest, if you look at the description on YouTube, right, there's a link at the end. What that will do is open up a Twitch window for the chat. When you type on here, there's about a minute delay and I can't hear you, so I'm not going to pick your message up till I look over to my left, which I can't always do. So if you could possibly click on that link, if you've got a Twitch account, it'll just open a Twitch window with chat. You can still watch on YouTube because it's 4K 60 FPS on YouTube. But it just means you communicate quicker, and then you haven't got that sort of 1 minute delay with me speaking to you. It's because I'm streaming it about 45 meg out to YouTube, so it takes time for it to process, if that helps, and then I can explain it to you. Right, okay, so when you start to move, right, you can see the heading is changing. I'm going to start pushing my stick, my cyclic forward, right? And to be quite honest, it feels really, really sluggish. You can see now we're changing direction and we're increasing speed, but watch what happens when I loose. I've let go of everything and the helicopter's turning round. It's slowing down and it's pointing back where it was before. And it's important to understand how the Shark works. And this is the effect of the trimmer. Remember at the beginning there, I said that the diamond is where the trimmer is set. The helicopter will always try and go back to the trimmer. It controls 20% of my input. Okay? So when I try and turn or move, it makes the helicopter feel really, really sluggish. Those who have been on my channel before, I always explain every time I start in something new, I go through it. Okay, it's repetition for some, but it does help. If somebody learns something from it, then that's good. And I don't care if it's only one person learns something they didn't know, then I've done my job. Have you managed to do that, Barry or Berry? What I would suggest, when you say budget, it depends. Whenever you start off, let me answer this question, please, and I'll get back to this. Whenever you start off, do not jump in unless you've got that much money you don't care. Do not jump in and spend loads of money on stuff. It's one of these games that can suck you in, and before you know, you're into thousands, and you really don't want to go there. Once you understand and once you've tried it, and you know it's something that you're going to like and you want to invest the time in it, then by all means start thinking about upgrading. But I would always say, whatever the most cheapest ass joystick is that's got forward, backward, left and right and twist is good enough to get you started. You can fly with a really cheap joystick and your left hand on the keyboard. Is it ideal? No. Is the joystick going to be great? Well, if you've never used a joystick for flying before, you're not even going to notice, because you'll be that keen on trying to learn and struggle that you won't worry too much about the joystick. You'll start worrying about it more as you start to learn more. So very often people will stop or give in, because learning something like DCS is an investment in time. There's very few modules that you can jump in and have a fly around for half an hour. The only exception to that is possibly the Huey, which you can manually start that up in. Ow. Excuse me. Sorry about that. I've got a persistent cough, and now when I cough it hurts my back. Can you believe it? So basically, just start off with the cheapest ass joystick you can find online. As you start to spend time and start to get used to this, you'll start to understand what the limitations of the stick are. This game is very forgiving on low-end equipment, because there's enough controls for you to be able to tweak out some of the little problems you'll get. With the control surfaces, if you look at just controls, don't...
Says, do you know how to do in-flight ins alignment?
With what? With the Shark? With the A10C, yes. With the Shark, I've never needed to.
Yeah.
Oh, I've not even come across it, to be honest. I've not come across it, and I haven't really needed it. I always make sure I align sort of before I go. But there'll be no doubt an option on the 3, definitely, to do it. But I've not come across it, I'm afraid. I do apologise. Don't be put off by all these controls, Barry or Berry. All right, you don't need most of these, okay? You can see my controls, I've only got some of the things. When you go into axis controls, which is where your joystick is, right, when you look at an axis, so the joystick literally is, ignore this. The joystick is this one. So you can see all I've got here is pitch and roll. When you click on one of these... Oh, thank you for the follow. Hey, Barbie. you can go onto Axis Tune, and you've got all these features that you will have no idea what they do. You'll have all these features where you can adjust slight curves. So if you've got a joystick that wanders, you can create a dead zone. If you have got a joystick that is too snappy when you turn it, right, as in the rotation for yaw, you can smooth that out with a curve. If it doesn't turn enough, you can sort of put more curves on, so it goes slowly and then gets faster as it goes towards the end of the turn and so on. So there's plenty of leeway within the controls that allow you, right, to adjust some of the issues you'll slowly find out. The other thing is you can also use modifiers. So if you have a joystick with one hat on the top and no more hats and a trigger, then you can use modifiers, and these are all the pre-built modifiers, right? So that you can basically, when you press the modifier on the keyboard, it will allow other functions on that hat, the joystick and everything you want. And there's about 7 or 8 here. You can add your own if you happen to have a throttle, but you're unlikely at the beginning. You can add something called a switch, and the difference between this and that is with a modifier, you need to hold it and then press the button. With a switch, you'll press the button once and you can make all of your controls do completely different things until you press that button again, okay? And that's really, really useful. So you'll find even with one hat, it's possible to do many, many different things. The trick is remembering which modifier with which thing, and you just make yourself a list and you'll soon get used to doing it. All right, so you can get away with a cheap ass joystick. I wouldn't necessarily have one to recommend. I've recently bought a joystick for the other half because her previous one kept drifting, and I bought a Sol R1, which is mid-range between the T16000. Pardon? No, it's Ferron. So it's mid-range between the T16000 and the Warthog. In fact, you can even put the Warthog stick on the Sol base, and that's the Warthog or the F18 stick. So if you wanted a better stick but you don't want to change the base, you can do it. Okay? Hopefully that answered your question. Anyway, thank you very much, Barbie. Good morning, matey. We got no pup today. Right, so back to this. The trimmer controls 20% of the input. So as long as my controls aren't engaged more than 20%, the helicopter will do and go where I am. Ah, fair enough, matey. So what I'm going to do now, for instance, is I'm going to turn and I'm going to reset the trimmer. Now, as soon as I go to turn, I've got full control. Hey, hello, matey. Right, we're going after 2 targets at the moment. We're going after this one and that one. Okay? You notice we've still got the bases we got from last time. So you can see the helicopter, look. It's going round in ever... It's not ever decreasing. It'll just go round and round in circles. And it goes round and round in circles because there's a roll in there and it's trying to get to where the trimmer is. But because there's a roll in it, when it gets round to the trimmer, right, it can't match. You'll see it suddenly flit round. It can't stop itself because there's a roll. And it'll just go ad nauseum. You come to see if I want a cup of tea?
No, get a quote, but it's not. It's taking forever to load.
And you'll find it'll come up with an error one.
That's
right,
what's happening.
Right, refineries are buggered. You can't do mining.
Shall I just keep the golem stored until...
Yeah, that's the problem I had, which is really annoying. They've screwed it up somewhere, and I've got like a few millions worth of cargo, and I can't do much with it at the moment. Ow. Right. Okay, so it'll just go round and round and round and round. And the reason why I teach you this is you can do this with the Apache as well. The difference being the Apache has something like 4%, I think, in its yaw hold and about 6% on its pitch. Whereas this has 20 across all axes. And as I'll show you later when I get in the Apache, because I will be getting in it, you can make the Apache sit still just like you can with this and not move at all. Right, okay. Now the trick is, if it feels sluggish, if I want to, for instance, I'm pushing my stick now, pushing my joystick.
I've sold my crap though.
You sold your crap.
Yeah, I got 33,000 for that.
You didn't get 33,000 for selling your crap? Oh, you mean the stuff?
Yeah, I mean me inert materials.
No, you didn't get. You might get 3.
Okay.
You probably misread it, but no way would you get that. You get more money than you get.
728 to 766.
That's not thousands, you daft bugger. Jesus wept.
Well, anyway, I got a bit of money.
Yeah.
But
Right, so I've just stopped that now, and I've pulled my stick, and as soon as I let go, off it goes again. All right. Watch. There it goes. So the trick is, how do I get out of that? And if my stick's going to feel like it's pushing back on me all the time, which it definitely does, how do I stop that? And the answer is you disengage the trimmer. How do you disengage the trimmer? Is when you press the trimmer button, unlike the Huey, you keep it held. As soon as I press this now, right, I've disengaged the trimmer. I've got no resistance at all. Am I going? No, I haven't even set my course, have I? I've got no resistance at all. Okay, and when I let go of the trimmer, you'll see the trimmer jump to the heading, and there it is. And then I relax my grip on the stick, and it will go where I want it to go. As soon as I want to manoeuvre, press and hold the trimmer. It's exactly the same on the Apache. So the Apache hat is forward is your trimmer, press and hold it, let go, and it will set the trim. Okay, on this, press it forward, hold it, disengages the trimmer, let go, it sets a trim. And that's why it's always important to get to understand how this works, because it'll help you with the Apache. Right, look where I'm pointing now. So on that being said, let's head 112 degrees. Drop my height before I get shot down, holding the button in, disengaging the trimmer, turning round to 112 degrees. Okay, there's 100. I think that's 100, isn't it? That's 90. 100. Shut your roll. Tell you what that is in a minute. So it's somewhere over here. Right, let go of the trimmer, and I've just centered my stick. Does anyone not know about the center trimming method on helicopters? Because I can explain that en route. So now I'm not holding anything, right? You can see my speed's there and my height's dropping. So I'm just adding a bit of collective. You can also see, is that a drill? Oh, pylons. So you either need to go over them or under them, not through them. If your helicopter hits the cable, it'll fizz. If your blades hit it, it'll just wreck you. Okay, so as I was saying, if this is coming down, right, then you just add a tiny bit of collective, and you can balance this out and that out. So if you're going fast, this will climb. If If you're going slow, that will drop, and you'll get to a point where you can just tweak it and it'll fly relatively stably. Okay. Right, where are we? Are we going in the right direction? Yes. Okay, that's where I want to go. Anyone got any questions so far? So I'm not following the waypoint at the moment because I want to fly slightly off from the waypoint. And it's quite difficult. I think it's over the hills, judging by the map here. I did go flying towards these once on a different mission, and then suddenly found they were this side of the hills, and the undulations I could see on the map were tiny, like tiny ripples. Has anyone got any questions on this? Right, I'll explain about center trim. So, in real life, helicopters, the joystick or cyclic will stay where it is when they trim it. However, we can't do that because we have a big spring that basically centres the joystick every time we let go. Thanks, Cock.
Yeah, I might just go and do some ship fighting or some hand.
Yeah, look at Gimli's, right?
Yeah.
You could do hand mining if you want. Go back to selling.
Yeah.
And when you do,
a cave down there.
you don't need a cave.
Oh, cool.
Do you remember when we're going looking for the big stuff where you see all those hand minables?
Yeah.
You're looking for apherite, hadanite, and dolomite, but go for hadanite and apherite. So it's all the stuff you'd get to before you get to the rocks. Right, so as we're going along, I'm keeping quite low. The centre trim system is there as a way of being able to trim in DCS. It's not perfect, but it's by far the best way of having your stick set up. So the idea being, do you need different controls? Higher, average, I can't read the rest of your name, average something guy. If you can go down to the description in YouTube, there's a little link. If you can open that link, I can hear what you say. It's if you've got a Twitch account, it'll just open a Twitch chat window. If you're watching on TV or something, obviously you can't, but it makes it easier. When you first start off, right? If you're not sure whether it's something you're gonna like with a bog standard basic joystick. If you're already flying something in other games and it's something you really want to get into, there are some systems like T16000 where you can get a joystick and a throttle, and that has now been superseded or slightly bettered by, I think it's called the Salt R3, which is a Thrustmaster joystick and a single throttle, which is like a replacement for the T16000s. But that's obviously more expensive. All right, so we're talking like the joystick's 150 quid, I think, and the throttle will be a little bit more with it. If you don't want to spend that money, just start off with a joystick. If you want to fly helicopters, as long as your joystick has twist, forward, back, left and right and a couple of buttons, you're good, right? And if you're not sure whether it's something you're going to like, just start off with a basic joystick. If it's something you think you really want to get it excuse me, if it's something that you really feel you want to get into after a while, then definitely upgrade. The trick is into using a single joystick is where you stick it, right? If you put your joystick on the right hand side of your keyboard, that means your arm is out. And I'm doing that now with my arm. I'm holding it out, right? What you need to do is make sure that where you sit at your computer desk, your arm, when it's bent at the elbow, where your hand is, and when you grip, that's where you want your joystick. Now, that doesn't mean that it's got to be stuck on the arm of your chair. What it means is you need to be able to sit close enough to your desk, right? And at the right height that your joystick is right in front of your arm, with your arm bent at the elbow. And that's not bent at the elbow and then reaching forward. That's your top part of your arm is down. Your arm, the lower arm is bent at 90 degrees, and where you grip is where you want your stick. And you adjust your height of your seat and the positioning so that your stick's there. And if you do that, when you twist the stick left and right, it will be fine. If you move that stick over to the right hand side and say your desk is a little bit too high, as you start to rotate your wrist to the left, you'll automatically start to pull a little bit on it as well, and it will make it a bit more difficult to fly. Whereas if you put it in the right position, right, you'll find using a stick and twist is a lot easier. When the other half, she's got the Huey, and she'd got a T16000, and she couldn't believe that when I went onto her system to show something, the amount of control I'd got, even though I hadn't got any pedals. And I pointed out, yeah, yeah,
I have some mounts that put the hoters and stick at waist level so everything is ergonomic.
yeah.
I fly 810 and P51 now. Was wondering if it would work for helicopters.
Yeah, definitely. Guess what I'm using? I use Warthog throttle, and the Pendulous. The only I used to fly. Let me slow this down a bit because I'm going to the mountains now. So I'm going to slow this down, and then I'm just going to stop it while I'm explaining that. I've obviously stopped my head from moving. I'll explain this one to you in a minute. If you've got desk mounts, that makes life a lot easier, because it obviously will drop your stick and that off the desks. And if it's mounted in the position I've just said, but obviously drop down and the height is spot on, it doesn't matter so much for you, because obviously the Warthog doesn't have a twist and you've got pedals. However, when I used to have my stick, I would have it mounted on the desk, all right? I had pedals, but I had my stick on the desk. And because it's a Warthog, as you found, the actual resolution of the stick and the throttles is really, really good. And with helicopters, when I'm in the Huey, right, and I'm showing people how to fly and how to do this, that and the other, I can actually make the Huey move and you will not see the stick move. In fact, I could make it move just by changing the pressure on my fingertips with the Warthog stick, right? Literally, it would just move. And the amount of movement you need, especially with that stick, is absolutely minimal. If you're still around after Iowa Guy, and thanks for coming to the channel, what I would suggest, if you fly the A10, did you say you flew the A10? Okay. Start with a Huey. You don't necessarily have to buy it. I think there's a sale on still, is there? Excuse me, it's $25. Excuse me. Which is peanuts. Okay, so start with a Huey and you will learn far more about helicopters with that one helicopter. and then move on.
Thanks for the raid,
If-
Garrett Morgan, and welcome you
Hey,
to
Garrett Morgan, thank you very much for the raid. I haven't got
Thank you so much for the raid.
I haven't got any mods on at all at the moment, which is typical, so just bear with me. Oh well. Sorry.
Said,
Oh dear me. I can do this myself, I think. Being as I'm stopped. Oh man, mine's permanent.
Said, thanks for the advice.
That's all right, matey. I haven't finished yet. So, yeah, go for the Huey, right? And if I get a chance, if you're still on, because obviously we've got a big time differential, I'll explain a few things. If you get stuck with it, because you'll find it very easy to overdo the Huey with a joystick. And if I said literally, if you look at the stick watch, can you see it moving? That is enough to fly the Huey, right? And I kid you not. I kid you not. Right? You'll be amazed at the difference. And don't get frustrated with it. And just give me a shout. I've got time during the week sometimes if you need a bit of help, and I'm quite happy to do that. So where was I? Okay. Thanks, Garrett, by the way, and welcome everybody.
As well, or was it just me?
Pardon?
Did you lose connection to the server as well, or was it just me?
I don't think I have, no. This is me hovering. Well, when I say it's me hovering, you know what I mean, it's sharp. Yeah, I have a permanent cough, and every time I start getting warm, it makes me cough. Or if the room's warm, I got the window open, but if I get too warm. So yeah, start with the Huey, Iowa guy, and go from there. And the difference between flying helicopters, especially with the setup you've got, and planes, is everything is small nudges. You don't move your stick and you fly a helicopter. It's lots of tiny little nudges, all right? Tiny little movements. And you learn the Huey, and it will help you so much. Right, where was I before? Excuse me.
Just getting over a cold cough, but it is a fun. I will really recommend them.
Yeah, he'll enjoy it once you can get used to them. Yeah, colds are different. That's a different cough for me. I know my coughs. Mine's just one permanent cough that I've had for yonks. That means years, by the way, or a long time. It's English slang. Okay, right. So thanks for the raid. What was you up to? Or what have you been flying today? I'm currently in the Shark, and I'm going over to this little spot to attack this site. We've got a Reaper over there. I'll get there, but because I explain everything I do, especially the first time in the helicopter today, then I'll run through it as I go through in case anyone learns something. Right, I'll carry on moving now.
Oh,
As you-
hey, I got 8. Thanks for hitting the follow button.
well, thank you. As you can see, this,
Well said.
right,
Thank you for the follow.
the PG did it. Oh, 15 is strike then. Ah, right, okay. On Grey Flag, yeah, we're on Foothold. Just working our way through all the targets. I think there's probably 4 to 5 of us. Maybe. The Shark, as you can see, when you do an auto hover, it just sits there. If you're in the Apache, it will do exactly the same. You can make it do this, no problem, and it won't move. It utilises the Russian equivalent of GPS and the trimmer system I explained earlier. So when you go into auto hover, it takes a GPS reading, then uses the trimmer system to keep it in position. Whereas, because we're on a hill as well, a lot of helicopters would drift off. Now with the Apache, you can get this to do that as well, but you'll find the blades are really tilted over to compensate for the wind and that. And again, I'll probably show you that later. So it also switches on altitude hold, which these look as though they're off, but I don't think they are. I think it's just so bright. To come out of it, I need to switch that off, switch altitude off. There you go, you can see now. And then carry on my way. Okay, so I've got to be careful. As you can see, when we start getting under shadow, it's difficult. So I'm going to have to take this up, right, and then fly through so I can get to the point that I want, which is that red circle down there. So it makes it a bit harder to see on stream. But if I put the sun visor up, I can't necessarily see some of the subtleties of these hills. Now what I've got to be careful of, and this is the thing with helicopters, I'm flying quite low. When you fly at the diameter of the blades, right, you'll find that you'll get ground effect. So what ground effect is, where the air is pulled down from above by the blades, it's pulled down, it bounces off the ground, comes back up underneath the helicopter and gives it a cushion of air to support it. You'll notice it a lot in the Huey. It happens in all helicopters, but when you learn the Huey, even though your joystick might not have any force feedback at all, you can feel the effect, and you can feel the effect in the way the helicopter behaves. Now as we go over a slope, if I wanted to get up there and I was low down and slowly move my way up, what will happen is that ground effect will come back off the floor at an angle, and it's going to try and push me down the hill. And when it pushes me down the hill, right, it means I'm going to go slower and possibly start sliding backwards. And when it starts doing that, what am I going to do? I'm going to give it more collective, and then it's going to bounce off the hill and push me down more. So I'll give it more collective, and it'll go and push me back more, and eventually you'll get to a point, excuse me, you'll get to a point, especially with a Huey, where your helicopter just bursts into flames. Okay, because you're going to knacker the engine. So whilst these are small hills relatively, you try go up a mountain in the Huey in, say, some of the places on the Caucasus. Yes, anybody on YouTube, right, I can't hear what you say, so I have to look at the screen every now and then, which is off to my left. If you click on the description, if you've got a Twitch account, it'll just open a Twitch chat account, which means I can hear what you say and the response is quicker. Definitely. I would always say, right, avoid buying anything from the Flaming Cliffs 3-pack. The reason being, right, unless you're on a really, really tight budget, to be fair, the reason being you're going to get more benefit from a full fidelity module. Now, some of you might not know, but if you download the game from a DCS rather than Steam, you will get access to the vast majority of modules and maps for free for 2 weeks. So by downloading it from DCS, right? You can go into your account online. On the left hand side, once you're on your account online, is a drop down, and it tells you, right, that these are the licenses you own. If you click the triangle on the bottom and expand it, it will allow you, right, to free trial the modules for 2 weeks. Now, you don't download all the modules, you download one. And when you download one, it'll last for 2 weeks. And when you are finished with it, it'll stop. It'll just stop automatically. Download another one and try that for 2 weeks. When you finish that, download another one. Try that one for 2 weeks. And they're all full fidelity modules, right, that you can try. And then, after 6 months of doing that, because it'll take you 6 months at least of 2 weeks a time, just think a month is 2 modules. How many modules are there? It'll let you do it all again. So you can literally fly everything for a month, right? For a year. Everything for a year, sorry, a month each. Do you see what I mean? So try things out. See how you get on with it. It'll save you spending any money at all. Does that make sense? And then when you're ready to buy something, don't buy it, right, outside of a sale. When there's a sale on, for instance, the Huey is usually about $24, $25. And that's peanuts. If you're into helicopters, that is. Some of the older modules, right, you get really good discounts. I'm going the wrong way here, look. You get really good discounts. You can get 30, 40 or even 50% off some of the modules. So there's no need to spend your money on a low fidelity module. You will by default get 2 free aircraft. Hello, Tremsley. You will get a full fidelity P-51 trainer called a Tier 51, which is a World War II plane, but it's a switchable cockpit, and its flight model is the same as the P-51. It's alright, I'm going a bit slow because I'm talking as I go. Is this the right way to go? No. Let's go that way and cut through. It's going to be easier. And that way round you get a good chance to try it. They have so many sales in DCS. So the one that's currently going on is the Chinese New Year's sale. And then they'll have a spring sale. Then they'll have a summer sale. Then they'll have the first green leaf on a tree sale. They'll have the first rainy storm in spring sale. They'll have a summer sale. They'll have an end of summer sale. Maybe it's coming up to autumn sale. And then they'll have an autumn sale. You get the gist. You'll have a minimum of 4 sales a year. And you'll get a maximum of 6, 7, maybe 8 sales.
What server are you in?
I'm in my own server. You're more than welcome to jump in. As long as you jump in, if you're on comms, it's 124. It's called Mel's server, and we're playing Persian Gulf Foothold. And there's only 3 or 4 people in at the moment, and the password is XMAS lowercase. And of course, if anybody does come in and start messing around, when I ban you, which I will, I'll ban you from everything, right? So I don't expect people to do it. In all the years I've been streaming, which is, I don't know, 9 or 10 now, I've only ever had one person do it. And it wasn't on my server because I was using a server that somebody else was providing, because I hadn't got the facility at the time. But literally you'd be banned and blocked on absolutely everything. And, you know, there's no point. All I'm trying to do is help people out and give information. So it's a bit rich, isn't it? But you'll always get one. And if you want to come and fly with us like full time, please feel free. We do have a Discord, but I don't use it that often. We use TeamSpeak for comms. I know some of you who are older will go, oh, TeamSpeak, I haven't touched that for years. And some of you will go, what the hell's TeamSpeak? But I'm old, so That's why I use it. It's much better audio quality. It doesn't sort of make me do age verification like has suddenly appeared in Discord on one of the threads that were posted. You have to verify your age to look at some pictures I posted of a leg injury I had a few years ago. Hey, there you go. It still is. It still is great. The audio quality is so much better.
How did you know I was going to say that? I haven't used TS for over 10 years long.
Exactly. Used to use it when I used to play Far Cry multiplayer. I used to play competitive FPS sometimes, Armour, stuff like that. But as you get older, as you'll probably know, your reactions are not the same, and you end up being a medic. You don't get old. You just become a great medic if you're any good. So I tend to be medics if ever I play anything like that now. It's difficult with an ear trumpet to be able to hold it and listen to what's going on, isn't it? Right, so I'm trying to get to this little red circle to get an overview of the target area. The Shark is absolutely brilliant, by the way. As a single player playing, the Shark is brilliant. The Mi-24 is good, the Apache's brilliant as well. But it's much better when there's two people. The Shark, when there's only one of you, it's fast. It's a brilliant helicopter, but you know, you can do it by yourself. Whereas the Apache is much better when there's two of you. It's just much more fun.
Dreamsley said, how long the fuel lasts in this?
Not too long by the looks of it. I've probably got 3. How long have I been talking? Someone's going to say forever. I've got to be careful over this hill because I might be alright. Very often I'll run out, to be fair. So what time is it now? 11:15. So I've been flying probably for just over an hour. And I've still got a bit in, but it's going down. What's up? I heard the big sigh. I'm just sneaking around these hills. I am going a little bit slower because I'm talking as well. So I have to sort of pay attention on both things. Did that answer your questions, by the way, on YouTube? Yeah. If you want a long loiter time, I mean, the A10C is brilliant. I say brilliant. It sounds like some 12-year-old kid getting a present. Do you know what I mean? The A10C is something that that's what I started on. I think this was the first thing I ever bought in DCS, and that was when the Shark 1 come out. It was a standalone game, so you bought the Shark and Caucasus was obviously there, and then the next thing I bought was an A10, and you buy the bugger, I thought this would be a bit high. You buy the A10 and that was a standalone game. To be fair, there's nothing like using an A10 to go and blow up SAMs. It's so difficult to do, and it's a challenge. It's never designed for it, but I am more than happy to go and take out SAMs. You just have to use terrain masking. Your range on your Mavericks, when you're doing terrain masking, is probably only about 7.5 miles or something. But in these mountains, what you would be doing, using the mountain ridges. So you'd pop up, fire, pop down. You could either, if you've got a Reaper, you could literally set your targets ahead. If you haven't got a Reaper, you could just sit behind a ridge enough that your targeting pod can see something. Before you get there, remember the targeting pod's got quite a big range on, and you could basically set up your targets and then pop up, shoot, pop down again, and it's good fun. Evading missiles with it as well is good fun. Sometimes it just works. I was flying the A10 the other week and I was having to fly really low under the telegraph poles, the electricity cables, all the way to take out. There was a SAM site with a big radar there, so I was after that, and I was just using everything I could, and that's a challenge. It's not supposed to be used for that, obviously, but it's a great challenge. So you can see where I am now. So I think I may be close enough, but I've got to be careful, because I don't want to go too far around. So let me just sit here. When you right, let me put this on so you can see the hood better. When you're going to go into an auto hover, see what I've done there? I've slowed this down an awful lot. Okay, and now I'm going to engage it, and it just takes a few seconds.
Well, I'm a newbie, so it's normal for me.
No, that's fair enough. It's time, and don't try and bite more than you can chew. I've got the F-16. I've never flown it, and I bought it before it was released. I've got so many things, and I did fly a lot of them, but I like flying helicopters and I like flying the A10C. I can fly the F-18 as well. I did fly the AV-8. World War II planes, that's a no-brainer, they're great fun. You can see now this just sits here, and look where I am, right? So what I want to try and do is see where these targets are. Now here's my circle. I seem to have come round a little bit, and I am just out of range. My targets are at 75 degrees. There's a chance I might need to move forward a little bit, but let's have a look. So 75 degrees means my targets are over there, and it's probably not sensible to lift up to be higher than that from this close to it. If I was going to do that, I'd need to sit back a little bit. So what I'll do is come out of this and come out of that and position myself over there a little bit maybe. Now we've got mountains in between, as we can see, which is absolutely fine. But the way it's you want to do some of this, it depends on how big.
Do you have a collective for hills, or you're just doing it by throttle?
Throttle. It's hours of flying helicopters. Oh, there we go. That's quite neat, actually. I don't need to go over there at all. This is going to be good enough. So I'm just going to drop down, because what I want is somewhere to hide and somewhere to recover to. So this looks ideal unless they send some bloody trucks up the road. So when you go into auto hover, right, what you want to do is find yourself a nice spot. Use the drifting line I mentioned earlier, right? And use that as a guide to slow yourself down as slow as you can get yourself, okay? You can engage auto hover from 12 kilometers. However, it's going to take time for it to engage it properly. So if you can do it manually as slow as you can, and then hit it. As I said before, watch how long it takes now to get into a perfect hover. Right? What you're looking for is this to be 0 and this to not move. And it's done. Okay? If you do it when it's at 12, it's going to jiggle around a lot and you'll be sitting there waiting. Talking of waiting, before I move on to the weapons, assuming there's still some targets, I'm going to drink my cup of tea. If anyone's got any questions, right, please just jump in and ask. You'll notice that I talk through what I'm doing and then I jump off. I know it's irritating for some, but to me, as I said, if I'm helping one person or learn something or just pick something up from what I'm doing and how I'm doing it, then, you know, to me, I've achieved my goal. The whole channel is about trying to help people, pull more people into DCS, make it easier. It's often perceived as an elite game, and people look at it and suddenly go, I can't do that. Whereas in reality, you can, and you don't have to spend a shit ton of money trying to do it. You know, if you know and if people take the time to help you out. So just bear with me. Right, we know where the targets are, and they're over there. Now imagine, if we move back a bit, right? Imagine you're standing down there, or you're a vehicle, or a tank, or a weapon. If I sit really close to this hill, right, and I mean on top of it, and you're down there, you're gonna, I forgot the term for it, it's not crowning, that's when you give birth, isn't it? What's the word? If you're down there, you will see me, right, stick up over the mountain, right, especially if there's nothing behind it. I can do, but the point is, if when I look over there, right, what you've got to think of is the angle from them to me. And the way this works is a little bit like, I don't know what countries you're from, right? If you're in the States, you might not know what I mean, but in the UK we have castles, okay? And I mean castles, old-fashioned castles. And when the archers were inside the castle, the windows were really, really wide on their side and little slits on the outside. And what that gives you is the ability to fire over a vast angle, right? And you're firing down a little narrow channel. So when you are doing what I'm doing here, you are sort of doing the same thing. So I'm going to lift up enough to see them, but from their point of view, it's going to be really difficult for them to see me. Whereas if I go on the top of a hill and lift up, they'll see me against the background. Do you get the gist? So it's using the same technique. Now, I could go a bit closer. My range, right, is just over 7k, but I'm also higher, and therefore that height, extra height, may be enough to carry my weapons a little bit further. And to do that, I'll have to put it in manual mode. I'll explain that in a minute. Just got to finish my tea before it's completely cold, otherwise I won't get another one. Right, so what I'm going to do now is switch on the weapon system, which I haven't got switched on yet. In fact, I forgot to, nobody noticed it.
Of course you know what you're doing, but just wondering if you miss, you will put them in an alert state, right?
But that's fine, I'll just drop down again. And they won't know where I am unless they send someone. So I'm going to put a standby SAI on, standby attitude indicator, which I forgot to put on earlier, which is the crappiest instrument I've ever seen, because after a bit this can be turned through 90 degrees, pardon me, even though I'm horizontal. I'm going to switch on the weapon system, which is this switch here. I am going to switch on the master arm. Now I've got two types of weapon, whatever I am, there I am. Camouflage is good. I've got two types of weapon. I've got the Vickers with a range, right, again 7.1, but I can make them go further, and some rockets. The Vickers are laser guided. At the front, this is going down very slightly, can you see? So, let me just check. Let's just do this. I assume that this is on. Yes, it is. There we go. So, I've got laser guided weapons on the outers. That's a station. The outer station have got the Vickers. The inner station have got the rockets. At the front there is a camera. Now the camera is not the bit on the left. The camera, or Schwal, is the square in the middle. Looks like a weird fish, doesn't it? I've never noticed that before. It's the camera in the middle, in the centre of the helicopter. That is the Schwal. The little one on the side is the laser, and I've also got a 30mm cannon sitting there as well. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I want to move up. Now first of all I'm going to release the Schwal and explain that to you. There's the camera. So you can see my camera's in the hood.
That cannon is amazing.
And it's really good, isn't it? 4.5 clicks it'll do, and it's very good. So when I move my camera, the camera is gimbaled. If we look down here as well at the same time, and I zoom in, it shows you where it's looking. It's that yellow line. And as I move it, when it goes off the screen, I get a box. And that box is telling me the limits to where the camera goes. And if I keep going, you can see on the map on the right what the angle is I can do, which is quite a lot. And you can also see on here, you see the way it's flashing? And this is because what I'll be doing normally is looking here when I'm picking targets up. So this is telling me my gimbal's gone too far. Now I also said that the outer weapons are laser guided. And my laser is a straight line, and my straight line laser is pointing forward. It's that little thing on the front of the helicopter, there, the little ball. Okay. So I can go that far right, and the assumption therefore is I can go that far left as well. I'm in a really nice stable hover, albeit drifting down slightly. And now I've got to move. And you think, that's going to be a pain in the ass, right? However, there is a little brake. Have I forgot to switch? Look, I forgot to put the APU fuel flow down. Won't hurt, but I just noticed the light. Just on the collective, there is something called a collective brake. So when I pull this, it'll disengage the collective. And what I can then do, right, is lift up without coming out of the hover. So I'm going to hold the brake and I'm going to add a little bit of collective, and you'll see this number slowly start to increase. He says, I am moving rather slowly because what I don't want to do is suddenly shoot up. Okay, so now I'm starting to move really slowly, which is brilliant. Now, if I move the camera and it's outside the laser, it means I've got to rotate as well. And if I'm going to rotate, right, then again, the fact I'm in a hover is also going to cause me a problem. And this was all thought of because they introduced something called, right, auto rotate. Now, I've stopped the throttle moving up, but you have to be careful because remember what I said about the trimmer? More than 20% and the helicopter can't control it. So when I've stopped moving up, I just back off the throttle just a little bit, or the collective should I say, and then I let go of the brake and it'll stay there. Over on the left hand side is something called auto turn. So now when I release the camera and I'm looking for something, when I let go of the camera and I'm not moving it, the helicopter will automatically turn to point to it, and it's still in an auto hover state. So I'm not moving out my hover, I'm just moving the camera to where I want to go and the helicopter follows. What you've got to be aware of is if you move it too much too fast and it's windy, if you're moving against the wind or with the wind will catch the helicopter and blow it out of your auto hold if you're not careful. Okay, so you want to move little bits and then let it catch up, right, and a little bit. So what I'm going to do now is stick my head down here and I'm going to slowly lift up and then look around to see where my targets are. And I don't want to go too high over this hill. So I know the low point is over here. And it might be a good idea to do it from this side. And because I'm sort of back off the hill, it's going to make it really difficult for the enemy to see me. And I'll soon know if they see me. And then I'll be running out of fuel before I can fire a single shot. But I won't go through this every single time I get in. This will just be for this particular flight. And then it's recorded, so if there's something you miss or you want to understand more, it'll be there. So we're already going to see the sea. The other thing I've got to be mindful of is my missiles need to be able to clear the hill as well. This is very much a sniper. Right. Let's have a look at these, the buildings there then. Right, the other thing I want to do is select the weapons. So at the moment you can see here it says rounds, okay? This tells me how many rounds I've got. My gun or my cannon isn't selected, and I've got a choice of high explosive or armor piercing. High explosive says 24 but times it by 10. 240 rounds of high explosive, 220 rounds of armor piercing. Okay, if I select my outer station, and you can see here outer station selected, inner station. Okay, it doesn't know about the third one, which is one that was added by DCS, because when they were building this, the Russians said, I'm sorry, we're withdrawing permission. But they wouldn't have apologised. They withdrew the permission they previously gave them. This is supposed to have had black heart, white heart and all the rest of it. But it was withdrawn for obvious reasons, and it was drawn sometime before what happened. Now you also have to note that this is just a horrible green colour. Okay, so I need to lift up. Now bear in mind this is magnified, and I'm slowing it down as I'm moving. We're still looking at the tops of buildings. Might not be the best position to look at the grounding. But you see I've got cover that side. I've got cover this side. But I do have a limited view. Right, I've also got a narrow and a wide view. So there's the one.
Under attack.
Oh, did you see that then?
Under attack. Warning. Under attack. Warning.
Right, I'm not under attack, he says.
Warning.
Somebody's under attack. I don't think it knows I'm here. Okay?
Under attack. Warning. Under attack. Warning. Under
So what I'm going to do is lift up a bit because I can see where they are. Look.
Under attack. Warning. Under attack. Warning. Under attack.
So it really doesn't know, right, whether that's fired at me, and it can't tell me whether it's me or something else that's been attacked. Okay, so I'm just having a scan round. As I said, the helicopter's turning with it. Have we got a pipper on there? Not yet. Tells me what weapons I've got selected.
What triggered it? Is the camera seeing the smoke trail of missiles?
No, it's the sensors on it.
46 said it took out all white cells.
I bet it did as well. But at least it told me where they are. So basically, it picks up any missiles, but it picks up whether it's friendly.
Under attack.
Right, whether it's friendly
Warning.
or enemy.
Under attack. Warning.
So what I want to do is lift up a little bit and see what I can see without it seeing me. That's the idea.
Warning. Under attack.
So it's
Warning.
back over here a
Under
bit.
attack.
And what I've got to be careful of is the more I'm lifting up on this side, the more something's going to be seeing me over slightly to the left. You know when I said about running out of fuel? Don't think I'll be far wrong.
Forward 1, airborne.
Oh look,
Forward 1, engaging.
looks like there's something over there.
120 at 30,000.
Drewsley said maybe you can move a little bit to the left to keep it in the arc.
Yeah, I can do. Now, if I just stop there a minute, see where we are. If I was to, let's check my fuel because I know it's going to be going down. Yeah, it is. Might better to get a couple of weapons off. What I'll do, just to illustrate the point, let's go F10. I'm over there. This is probably what, is it? All round here I'm looking at is SA-19s, stuff over there. If we go down here, or better still, where am I? Over there. If we go down here, right, with control F11, then let's look over these hills. Can you see me? I'm guessing I'm over here somewhere.
That's a lot of Sams.
Oh yeah, there is. As I said, the next time I come out, I'll be fine. But do you get the gist? And you imagine?
Keep trying flying said, can you demonstrate a VRS?
Hey, cheeky! I won't say what I was just going to say. Can you see me? I probably will do. I'll demonstrate running out of fuel soon. So I'm over here somewhere, I think. Can you hear me? Is that me? No? But do you understand now why you do it the way you do it? Right, let's see if we can see any more. Is that something over there? Hey. So there's a couple of things. Let's change my view. How are you, Platty, anyway? You alright, matey? Tell you what, Lisa was on Star Citizen while she was off and thoroughly enjoyed it, and she was on bloody soon as she could get on this morning, but of course the servers have decided to screw all the refining up, so you can't do any mining. Hey Arthur.
How do I kill a lamppost?
How do you kill a lamppost?
Flatty trying flying said, all right, thanks.
Yeah, good matey. We'll have to get Horny to show you.
Same old bugs.
Well, it hasn't bugged. I've been making money while while I can before it changes. And they've also changed the changes they were doing. Now I can't see stuff in there. There is stuff over to this way, but I can't. Oh, is that something there or is it a tree? This is always the problem. Let's lift up just a smidge. The trouble is they make the shadows on trees sometimes at the bottom look like vehicles. And somebody see that looks like something with a pointy thing to me. And I can't tell.
It is a tree.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Thought it was a tree. But you get the gist though. Let's have a look down here still. Got nothing. So those things that are coming from over here are even more to the right. Right, so you can see where I am. So if I move, I may have to move more left. Oh, can you see movement there? Just there. You can see it would be so much better. Let's try it then, shall we? Let's lift up a little bit more and hope we don't get shot at. Right, so basically this is the Pipper, and there's a set of rules with this weapon, right? And the rules are, let me put the laser on and I'll get a range. It will only work, right, if we're within the range of the missile. The missile has a range of about 7.1. This is telling me that's 11. Okay. This is my weapon Pipper. This is minimum range. This is maximum range. You can see we're way over. Okay. So even if I switch this onto manual, I can fire it, but my missile is likely not to reach at that range. So when you use this in the default mode, which is auto, it has a set of parameters. So you've got to be within the weapon range, and you've also got to be within, right, concentric to where the laser's pointing. And then it will turn into a C, which means you can fire. This isn't going to let me fire there. If I put it into manual, it's not going to be enough, so I'm going to move over to the next hill, look down the valley before I run out of stuff, which I will do soon. So I've just reset the Schwal, put everything away, switch the laser off. That's with my left hand lasers there, look. Okay, and I'm just going to drop down a little bit and reposition. Again, I'm going to have to drop these down.
Minimum fuel.
Dreamsley said, don't forget the fuel.
Yeah, I know, it's already going. I just got a fuel warning. As I said, by the time I get here, after explaining everything, I run out of fuel. But the next time I come, I won't, I'll be straight here. I won't have to explain anything unless anyone asks. Just remember, all this is recorded on Twitch for so many days, and it's on YouTube as well, so it'll be there all the time. On my YouTube, you can't necessarily tell what I'm doing. It's always the same picture, and I don't edit it. It is just a recording of this. It's also in 4K, 60 FPS, so it looks like I see it, not like how Twitch presents it. Twitch is 1080p, 60 FPS. And it does make a difference, believe me. When I'm playing, it just looks absolutely stunning. And if you look on YouTube, it looks really good as well.
Gear. Lower gear.
So let's move in this little bit here. Again, I want to give myself something open. You can see it thinks I'm running out of fuel already. So see if we can see something here. We're a little bit closer. There's my original mark. Oops, can't see it. Vehicles are on the move. Okay. So I've got to be careful. And again, I've got some cover on the left. This is a little bit slopier, but it should be alright. Slowing down. Holding my thumb on the trimmer. Pulling the stick back. Should get the line soon. Going backwards a little bit. Correcting. Because I haven't got room behind me. And now I need to just bring those numbers down so I can hit auto hover, which I've just done. Should be okay. As I said, it goes into it really quick. Okay. Right, so we can put this back on. We can put this back on. The master caution is already on. I need to reselect the weapon, lift up a little bit, release the Schwal, turn round. Can't remember which direction it is. It's over this way. You must be aware that when you are moving around, what's behind you as well. Especially if you're in towns, buildings, or you've got hills just behind you, it gives you less room. But now I'm a little bit closer, and I'm closer to this hill. So again, I've got to be careful that I'm not sticking way up. How you doing anyway, Arthur? What you been up to? And have you flown for a long time yet? Or are you still not? And if not, why not? Alright, let's have a look. Oh, don't want to go any higher than that. Am I looking in
Arthur 1975 said, still haven't got DCS working on Linux.
Oh, right. Not even on Wine? It's not working. You got people getting Star Citizen working on Linux. You'd think you'd be able to get DCS on it.
New job, storage engineer for the Dutch government.
Ah, storage. I did some storage once, but it wasn't.
20 minutes away.
Oh, that's perfect, isn't it? It's like the job I had was literally 20 minutes away until they closed the place down and then made me go an hour and something away. What's that down there? Trees. Am I looking in the wrong area? I need to be looking. 86. Now, when you've got the Schwal out, you can't tell what 86 is.
Minimum fuel.
Yes, I know. God, she does go on. Let's use the
It is a
camera.
nuclear option, which is also kind of fun.
Let's just move around to about there. Yeah, I used to work for a third-party broker. We used to buy all these storage things from, you know, HP's got a bank.
Getting on the airbase, Mel?
I've spent that long explaining everything to people that I'm going to run out of fuel before I shoot anything. But next time round, theory's sound. Next time round, I know where to go and I'll be able to shoot
Everything
stuff.
good here? Everything good on your side?
Yeah, I'm going to have to go and find another job at
Take
some
extra fuel
point.
tanks rather than rockets.
Yeah, I could do, couldn't I? I never usually bother. Right. Let's...
Slotty trying flying said, I had DCS working on Linux. What I couldn't get working was my host software.
Oh, really? Do you need your HOTAS software? Oh, you probably do, because you're on some weird stuff, aren't you? I mean, I got Lisa's... Are you WinWing or Verpal? I can never remember. Completely losing track.
When it is force feedback, yes.
Right, of course, yeah. Fair enough. Where the hell am I looking? Am I looking in the wrong place completely?
Forward 1, engaging
Looks like it, doesn't it?
195 for 50 at 21,000.
That looks like that little town
Roger.
Forward 1, descending Sam at bullseye 195 for 60.
there. I don't know whether this is going to help or not, but I'll see. It's very bright over there now, isn't it? In a minute it's going to start beeping and then I'll just drop out the sky, so just bear that in mind. Let's move a bit closer. Oh, what's that? I wish I wouldn't dress so many things. That's a bit of a plane, isn't it? To look like, you know, weapons. That there looks like something, and I think it's just a tree, but you never know. Can you see it just bobbing around there? Let's see what happens, shall we? Okay, so choose the weapons, put the laser on. Laser, come on. Right, where's my camera looking? Am I on auto turn? I wasn't. Let's see, where we're looking. You see, it's slightly over range again. That makes me think I'm not looking at the right thing. But I'll show you the gist. It won't let me fire, but if I go into manual, what manual mode does, it says, yeah, you want to fire over there, fire over there. I don't care whether you're lined up with a laser. I don't care, whatever, right? Now, there's a little trick you can do. And you can pull this back. Rifle. Does make you move around a little bit. Let's follow the missile down and see what happens. That's not mine. Those aren't mine, definitely. Oh, that one was. It's not going to reach. See the way it's dropping? It's way too far. So you can stretch it to there if you're about 1800 meters. But that does look like something to me. But hey ho. So I need to be looking along these areas. I can just about do this. Now this smoke tells me
Under attack. Warning.
that something's been launched.
Warning. Under attack. Warning.
So you can see over there, look.
Warning. Under attack.
There we go.
Warning. Under attack.
Let's see if we can see that before I run out of fuel, which is going to be very soon.
Warning. Under attack.
One of these under attacks are going to be at me, you watch.
Under attack. Warning. Under attack. Warning. Under attack.
Yes.
Under attack.
And the other thing is sometimes what I'll do
Warning. Under attack.
is fire, right, high, and then bring the laser down and it'll follow the laser. And sometimes... Come on. That's better now, I can see a bit. Oh, look. Let's see if we can get these quick. The smoke's in the way. There we go. Get rid of you. Again, just over the range, but I might be able to do it. Rifle.
In that case, it could reach there, maybe.
Yeah, but he's still got limited range, remember. Oh, man. It's...
Under attack.
This will probably be at me this time. Come on. Is he going to reach? Yes. Did it kill the thing I want? Not necessarily. Let's kill that thing next to it. You see the way it's got a C? Okay, I can't fire unless there's a C, but in this mode I can fire at anything. Rifle.
Choppers radar turned down.
Yeah, this is laser guided. So if I move this missile, right, I can move it up a bit and it'll go higher, and then I can move it down a bit.
Damaged.
Let's just get rid. There you go. That probably doesn't need another shot. That'll blow itself up. So I just caught that, and that one just blew up from the shot before. Someone else hit that as well, I think. So I'm going to go higher. See if I can see anything else. Excuse me, they're quite low down.
36 said, 1 out of 8 Sal got through.
Okay, see that one moving? If I'm
Oh, it's SA-19 has been a dynamite.
if I'm quick, moving ground target, right, with everything switched on, if I can get there quick enough and I can't bugger, this will track it. So you need moving ground target on. Once you lock onto it, it will track the target and the helicopter will turn as well. So we can see this hill's just getting in the way now. So when I start lifting my head up over here, there's a chance I'm going to be exposing myself to more things. However, it looks like I might have quite a good level of cover. So I could risk moving close, but I don't have the fuel, to be honest. I know there's stuff down on this line, but you can see the hills are in the way now. And there's not going to be any... Well, I say that. There's not going to be anything up there. I'm just having a quick flick.
Said, just think, if you coordinated and killed the SA-15 first, all of them might have.
Yeah, possibly. Got one guy not on comms. One guy... there's only me
Tinsley said,
and Rick
"Are you gonna be
flying.
able to make it back, or you accepted your fate?"
No, look. See, the fuel is like really, really low, so I won't make it back. So I can go in and have a look, but I think the fuel will drop off just before I get there. Okay, we'll put that back on auto for now. And again, we're going to have to drop that off because it really does once the shadow kicks in. Oh, there we go. No, I'm gonna end up dead soon. Have I still got my altitude? Hold on. No, I did do it. Not sure where the best place to peep is. Might be this way. But then again, I might get shot at.
Betty W, what is the keybind name for the IR track freeze? Is it in-game or is it in the tracker's settings?
IR track freeze. I'm sorry, what do you mean exactly? IR. I'm not quite sure what you mean, Tramsley, sorry. Might have to explain it in simple to me. Is it something I've just done that you're asking about? And if so, can you...
Maka36 said, trying to get radio working on 124 in Viper but not getting anything.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Can you receive? 124, Maka.
Pete Subweb 95 said, F9 I think.
Oh, you mean...
Polo96 said,
oh, sorry.
when you pause your track here.
Sorry, that's what he meant.
1975 said, you can bind your own key.
Yeah, it's whatever you want it to be. It's whatever you want it to be. Mine, I have a G13 keyboard, and literally that's just to my left of my throttle. My throttle's mounted on my chair, and yeah, it is. This is my fuel going, by the way. Look. This is my fuel going, as I said. Come on then. You want to play?
Gun failure.
Gun's been hit. And I've run out of fuel.
Under attack.
Got no gun either now, look.
Warning. Under attack. Warning.
Right, if I can get there quick enough. Come on. There you go. Ouch, that was a bit hard. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot about my rockets then. And I just blow my guy into the floor. Right, okay. So, you get the gist. So now what I'll do, I'll go back out, but I won't go through every single thing on that. And I'll just get back out. Here, there's Whizbit. So we've got Whizbit and we should have Spatey in. Okay, so I'll go back into that. I'm not going to go through every single thing that I've already done before with it. But if I get round to doing something a bit different, I'll explain that. And I'll explain why I'm doing what I'm doing, as always. But if anyone's got any questions on the shot, please jump in now. Yeah, sorry, I misunderstood when you asked me about the head tracking. I don't...
Detailed enough.
Yeah, that was one pass through. Right, okay, so what you'll see me doing is exactly the same as I did before. It's always a manual start. I never use auto starts. I always like to use manual, to be honest. When you get old...
Don't worry. My English is not that good too.
Sorry, when you get old, right, it's really, really good to use your head, use your brain, right? It's really good exercise. So just bear that in mind. So the fact, I think the most I've done is 4 different planes. I've walked people through 4 different planes at a time, which was good fun. It was a bit of a challenge, but that was a while back. But pulling all this out your head as you go along, remembering how to start up multiple things and so on, is quite good memory recall. I was ill once. When was it? I found out one of the times where my brain dropped out my arse, for want of an expression. I couldn't remember. I sat in a shock. I couldn't remember it. And I didn't know, but at the time, sometime after I was diagnosed as diabetic, that was one thing. And then last year in May, I had a really weird sort of infection, and my temperature went a bit ballistic for a couple of days, and it gave me brain fog for a month. And brain fog is basically, imagine you've got everybody's telephone numbers, contact deals written down in a book, right? And you remember those things. And it's like, you know you've got a book, and you've got the book in front of you, but when you open the pages are blank. And it was bizarre. And I had it for a month, so I couldn't stream. I tried. I just couldn't. I just sat there looking at the stuff. But it was, oops, have I already done that? God. Oh, see what I mean. It was really quite surprising. And I found it fascinating. And it was just the same as I could imagine somebody who'd got dementia coming on or Alzheimer's, and it's like where you're not actually worried and stressed that you forgot something. You just go to look at it and it's blank, and it's bizarre. But anyway, it lasted a month. Fortunately, it wore off. So I can remember things. So up to you, I have a good memory. I'll just wait for this to start up. And then we'll start the next one.
Flying said that it was when you started VRSing regularly.
Oh dear. Sometimes people are a bit of a bitch, Platty, and then there's you. Nah, I was fine. VRSing is a skill. It's one you need to lose, but it is a skill. The one of the biggest VRSs was the Chinook. That was terrible. It was heavy, and it tricked you into giving you a false sense of security. And when you were coming into land, you could just be about 3 foot off the floor, and it would just go plop.
Just past my 4th day flying. I'm a cabin attendant. This is the 5th day. Finally, it's an off day. But man, my legs hurts. Not that much of a brain damage yet, but body is saying to stop after a while.
Oh, really? Is it long haul stuff you're doing?
Platty trying flying said, it's a skill all helicopter pilots have that is true.
You have to learn how to counter it. In real life, you learn how not to by doing it. But to be honest, when you VRS, you 10, 15 feet, I think it is, you can be out of it. The trick is recognising it. It's a bit like people, and I don't mean myself, but it's a bit like people who have depression. It doesn't go boink necessarily. It tends to creep in, and the trick to help is recognising when it's starting to creep in.
2 of the flights were domestic, and the others were around 3 hours long for one way. So 6 hours flying, and not including the rest of the stuff.
Oh yeah, I could imagine you're all over the place, aren't you? You had any interesting experiences? Weird passengers or anything like that? By weird, I mean, you know, pain in the asses, or has everything been okay so far?
Electrics on battery. Doppler navigation system failure. No nav data.
Sure. It won't be a flight without them.
Right, that's that one. That one. You found a cave? Are you doing the mission? Alright, don't blow yourself up. I don't want bad language shouted over my stream. Right, that's done, that's done, that's done.
People are causing problems because the food choice is finished and stuff. Change. People are weird, man.
Oh, I know, yeah. Have you ever seen a program? Right, I'll have to get somebody like Placid.
Are you guys flying as a whole family?
Oh, Lisa flies. She's actually in Star Citizen at the moment. Couldn't get the baby into it when he was here. But he has got Star Citizen, but he's more of a Twitch shooter FPS, but he'll get there. But when I say the baby, he's like 30, I think. But yeah, Lisa, she flies Hewis mainly in DCS, and she plays Star Citizen, but she hasn't played for a long while, and she's just getting back into it. It's always a good idea. What am I switching on? Test. I don't want that. It's always a good idea, right? Because you have to be really mindful, and you know, you'll know that yourselves. If you're married or you've got a significant other and they're not into gaming at all, it really does limit your gaming time. But she comes from London, Lisa does, and when I used to go and see her on the weekend, she'd say, "Do you mind if I play my game?" And I used to go, no, you carry on. I know I've come down on my odd weekend off, and I've travelled all the way down to London on the train, but you go ahead. Do you remember, Lise, when you used to ask me if you could play when I come to visit on a weekend? And I never said no, did I? Yep, there you go. And then when she actually moved up and we're together, it's like, yeah, I've got this computer set up. You're not going to mind if I go and play? Oh, no, of course not. But then she won one off me as well. So I bet her once a few years back. And she actually did something, so I bet her. I think, to be fair, if they're not into computers or games or anything like that, and they haven't got their own interests or hobbies, it makes things really difficult, I think. You know, to be fair. Right, have I started up? I believe so. So it's very quiet on my end. So my marker should still be there. Is everybody okay with everything that I talked about before? I haven't done that, have I? I forgot it last time. Which is standby SAI, but you'll see it's complete rubbish. And I won't need to put more fuel in because I'm not going to take so long. Right, so Wizzy's over there using a what's it? Got stuff around here, so I could go around this way, I think. So somewhere around there. Let's go back for 121 for 43. put this on for now. I'll put this on so you can see what's going on. Oh, doesn't help to have that undone. With respect to the... Pardon? Don't worry about it. Don't walk around with a gun pulled out or anything, and they shouldn't bother you. I never carry a gun at all.
36 said, finally sounds a demo.
Ah, good. That won't last long then. I might take a Chinook over after this run. Let's get over there as quick as I can. So I'm going about 121. Now you can see my speed increasing. Put my nose down, increase collective, put my nose down. Turning that lift into speed. I might have to just pop that up while I'm going along here. Can't see the buildings or anything. Go left slightly. Whizbit's down there, Mac. He's in an Apache, so he'll probably sort it. Right, so one of the problems with a shark, okay, if you noticed at the beginning when I went in one before, what I turned around and said is that it's got dual counter-rotating blades. And the thing is with blades and helicopters is depending on the direction of the blade, when you move forward, the blade lifts 90 degrees from the front. So I'm moving forward, so one of my blades is going to lift on my left hand side 90 degrees, okay, but we've got two blades and they go in opposite directions. What that means is the other blade that spins the other direction lifts on 90 degrees to my right. As a consequence, if you look at the blades, I might have to move up a bit. Can you see the top blade lifts on the left, the bottom blade lifts on the right, and when you start to look at my blades on the right, can you see just about how close they are? Right? And they're just missing each other. Okay? Well, the blade lifting is just the way blades work. You don't get a choice. It spins that way and it lifts on that side with forward motion. Okay? So, all the flight controls, which I said before, are going through these blades. And because all the flight control surfaces are through the blades, when I start putting yaw in or roll, they're going to affect the blades, and if I'm not careful, I can force those blades closer together. Now we are moving 272k, right? I've got to change the time on this mission, haven't I? I forgot it gets dark. Excuse me. So, with your gun, have you got a mining thing in? Does it say mining on the top of the gun?
It does.
Right. So, if you...
I always loved the shark, but after starting Rothen, you fly it. Now I'm in a deep, deep love with it.
After starting what in? Yeah, it's really good, isn't it?
Springfield 1.
The... Okay, so the left-hand button will switch on either the cracker or the socker. Left alt and the left-hand button will switch, right? And then the mouse wheel will increase the power. The trouble is you can't see the power bar on the left. So if you use your ears and you only creep up, you can tell by the sound of what's happening. So just do it by feel, but don't blow yourself up or kill yourself. There we go, it's light now. So you can see it now. Now you start to understand why this helicopter has an ejection system in it. Okay? So without the ejection system, you have a blade strike, which happens, believe me. You end up sort of... you end up basically with little stumpy blades because they break in half. You jiggle around a lot and just drop out the air. So that's why you've got a seat ejection system. If you look...
Does it patch ejection?
No. No. So when you actually eject out of this, it explosively blows the blades out. And then when it's done that, the hatch opens at the front and your seat ejects. I need to change the time on this mission, Rick. I do apologise. Well, it's like the Huey as well.
That's alright, mate. Once again, got shot down, so I'm just on the ground, so no, go for it, dude.
I wasn't going to do it now. I just need to change it. It's only 12:24. Yeah, I don't know whether it's a good idea to do it or see how it goes. We're not too far off this, I don't think. The other one looks like there's one thing there, just needs supplies. Well, it just needs someone to take the last bit out.
I'm just heading back over to Kim's site. I didn't realise you had to use £2,000 bombs to destroy him, so...
Ah, right. No, I'm not sure. I think I don't have any NVGs on this, if I can remember what the button is. Nope. That's because you have a choice of NVGs or this targeting sight. It's not so much a targeting sight, but if I look and press that, which I very rarely use, it will put the camera there and turn the helicopter to it. So Wizzy's there. I should be coming on my little valley soon. Say little valley over this hill. As it gets darker, it's a pain in the ass, as you can tell, and it's not great for the stream either, really. And when it gets too dark, I'm going to change my back, change the start time. Fortunately, it'll save our progress if we take somewhere. I don't know whether it will save it if we have partially done it. It probably won't. That's the point. I've just realised if I stop this now, right, it probably won't save what we've got because we haven't taken the base. So I think we'll have to try and take the base before I can stop and restart or change the timer. So I don't want to go too close. AK. Oh, it's friendly. That beeping means if you don't do something, you're going to lose your blades because you're overdoing the system and your blades are getting really close. So the best thing to do is literally push your trimmer in, pull your nose back, drop your collective, and that will take the loading off the blades. I'm going quite fast, as you can still see, in the mountains. So what I'm going to do now is I'm holding the trimmer, lifting my nose up, dropping the collective a bit. Otherwise, I'm going to go shooting up. And I don't want to go shooting up when I'm holding the nose up. So I drop the collective at the same time. And you should see my speed dropping quite a lot. You don't want to do any violent turns when you're moving at speed because of the blades. So you can turn, I think it's to the right, okay, which will push the blades apart, but you can't turn to the left. And I always get that the wrong way round, but it's not something I do. I just back off on speed and stuff like that. Now, bearing in mind I've not got any black hot, white hot in this helicopter. It's going to be quite interesting. Got no NVGs, as I said. That's something you select at the beginning.
Those are some key informations to keep in mind.
Yeah, it always catches people out. I just completely forgot. This map tends to go dark very quick. It's alright when I'm starting earlier. If I've got to take the other half to work, I'll be finishing soon. But if I'm not finishing till 2 o'clock, depending on how my leg behaves, it's not great. It's alright, it's fun flying in the dark, don't get me wrong. If you've got the stuff to allow you to do it, but from a stream point of view, it is a bit dark. Right, I think I'm getting close enough to where I want to be now. Look. And as you can see, I've got a hell of a lot more fuel. I've used probably 200 or whatever it is measured in. So, yeah, keep going down here.
I guess you can increase visibility in OBS for screen.
I'm sort of, whenever I play, I am all about the quality of what I see and the quality of what you guys see. And one of the things I do, which I haven't shown you this week, is I drop the reason why the colours are so vivid and quite strong is I drop the gamma quite a lot from the default, and it does make it a bit darker, but it also makes it look like you've got a lot more depth and the colours are better. So if you're playing on default and you've never changed your gamma, you'll find it set. Ooh, am I going to be safe down there? Might be. You'll find it set at 2.2. And when it's set at 2.2...
I used to watch people playing their trades in Escape from Tarkov and they were doing something in OBS, so it was possible to watch it.
Yeah. But it's quality. Let me have a little look. It's getting a little bit low there. I think I'm right down over this right hand side, so I'm going to slow down and stop behind this little hill so I can have a peep. So one of the ways I'm slowing down quicker is lifting my nose up, holding my trimmer and then letting go of the trimmer, and then suddenly I'm slowed down. Right, so I think I'm down this side. Yep.
Lower gear.
So I should be able to... What's it doing?
It's firing,
Yeah.
then it's not doing anything.
Right, stand closer,
This is what I did.
not too close. And as you roll your mouse wheel up, providing you're on the cracky bit, you'll hear the rocks start to increase. So are we saying all of mine is balked as well? Is it the right mouse button for firing?
Yeah, it says it's the right mouse firing and gathering.
Right, yeah, and it's the alt left to change it. Right, okay. Oh. Stand away. It might be left button does one thing and right does the other. Point your laser away from the rock and you'll see the scale on the left. And then start winding your mouse up. It seems to work okay when you're not looking at the bloody rock. You can come with me to try and drop that load off down at Lawville. Yeah, and can't you hear any change in sound? Okay, so we need to drop some supplies at Chem site as well, don't we? Oh, sorry. Hold Alt and roll your mouse wheel. Left Alt and roll it. But don't go over the top and keep your ears open. I think so. I think it will. Yeah, left Alt and mouse wheel. You have to hold it, not press it once. You glad you're back in it?
Lower gear.
Glad you're back in it?
Lower gear.
I can't do anything at the moment. If it's frustrating you, Lise, maybe you'd want to make a cup of tea or something to wind you down. Is that subtle? Because that's what you do in England. It's a bit like some people have a cigarette, you know, where...
I'll tell you what, I'll hit back and land. You guys are going to have that handled fairly soon and need some supplies over there.
Yeah, I can't remember in this version if you can buy supplies through the menu. If you can, in this instance, it would be worth buying supplies for both bases, and then we'll then I can change the time.
At its finest, teaching to wife at the same time while flying low in a chopper.
Yeah, tell me about it. When the baby was at home, he had his computer as well.
Pedro_McLeod said, I still need to find out how to fly the Hercule.
Oh, I know. It's a couple of different modes. It's not something I can teach you. I've started it once. Let's say it can be quite complex, but I believe there is another method you can use. Oh, look, we're not too far away. Right. That what? But yeah, if you need to wind down a little bit, if it stresses you out, darling, just put the kettle on and that, and have a 2-minute break. You'll be fine. Right, I haven't even got my weapon system on yet. Never put it on straight away. I always tend to put it on when I need it. Make sure I choose that. And let's pop my head up and see what I can see.
Kettle Barbic said, I nice fresh cup of slush does wonders.
Oh, it does, especially when you're letting a game get to you.
This position must be perfect. At least it seems perfect on the map. Let's see if you revise on them.
Yeah, this is the thing, isn't it? Have you noticed how that's getting lighter? Is that a runway or is it a street? I also need to switch that one because I forgot.
Kettle Barbic said, did you remember the supplies?
No, I wasn't bringing supplies down. I was going to bring the big thing with supplies. Is that alive?
Pedro_McLaren said, I just looked up the word splosh ... It's come up with clean liquids.
Oh, just be careful, matey, when you look up splosh. It also is slang for people who like getting covered in various liquids, probably in a state of undress, in a group format. There's even a magazine called Splosh. And no, I just happened to read it. Yeah. So, what did you do?
How do you know that?
Yes,
What kind of parties do you go to?
I've just explained it, Sham, so don't you butt in with stuff like that. I said, I read it somewhere.
Is primarily British slang for tea.
It is, but if you look it up, as I said, you have to be careful what you're looking at. I've got to try and find these guys. How are you, Sham? What's...
_McLaren said, oh, I didn't even know that.
What's got it? Have you found it yet?
Shambles said, you read it somewhere in Quinn.
Right, okay.
Dreamsley said, Brits are special.
Have you noticed, right? Look, there's my missile. I haven't put this on yet. But can you see what I was on about before? That is the laser and the targeting pipper, right? If I turn, it goes off. And this is the maximum distance. So for whatever this is here, I'm at maximum range. Okay, hopefully I'm not too low, so the missile won't bottom out. So now I can just fire and see what happens. Rifle. Follow it in because I have no idea whether that's anything or not. And it is just on the edge. It didn't get there, did it? It didn't get there. Good. That might just be part of a building. It's really difficult to see. But it didn't get there. So I could, as I said earlier.
_McLaren said, I was more height maybe.
Yeah, I was just going to do that. Rifle.
Dreamsley said, that wobble affects that missile I bet.
That wobbles the laser going zzz, like that. There we go. I'll see a C down in the bottom now, so I'm going to have to hold that there. And once I can see a C, in fact the C's disappeared. Right, so I am just outside the range, so now I'll switch it on manually and it'll get a C, and that's because I'm pointing high. Right, rifle, there goes the missile. So now I've got to wait. Then move it down, move it down. Hopefully.
No, not the laser wobble. The wobble the missile has.
Oh, the missile.
I mean, it's how its rockets engines work.
Yeah, it spins and keeps itself on track. So I don't think that was actually a target.
Matter 36 said, 2 targets left and they are further left of where you are attacking.
Yeah, I was attacking over there. Alright, so it's not a thingamajig, so what we'll do is move in, okay? I've just reset all of that and now I'm going to put it into manual gun this time and hope that I can get the thing. Now we can see these are lit, look. Hope I can get it before it gets me. So I know it's over here somewhere. At the moment, the gun is pointing at the
Under attack.
oh, something's got,
Under attack.
oh, it's someone else. The gun is centered, right? So it'll fire wherever that pipper is. And if I use the camera, I can actually aim the gun with the camera. So it will change the pitch. Is that? Oh, great. Orange smoke on the target. Has it just been killed? Where's the orange smoke? It's really difficult to see orange smoke in an orangey place. If we can capture both bases, as I said, if it's automated. Oh, there, okay.
All clear.
Are these done now? Oh, excellent. Okay.
I have a general DCS question.
Yeah, sure.
Answer it. Please do so. Can you mark a point on map and get that point added in your platform as a steer point? Or you had to enter the coordinates manually always? I mean, it's a stupid question, yay, but just
No, it's not. There is, in the vast majority of cases, you can manually enter the coordinates. However, there are a couple of tools. One of them from DCS, I think, and one of them is a third party that allows you to add waypoints using an overlay. And I think DCS does one as well. If you look on our Discord, which I think the link excuse me, if you look on our Discord, I think the link is working, and you look in the DCS channel, there's a couple of people have posted about it. Was it you, Rick, who posted about was it an external tool, how to put mark points, waypoints on from a little tool or something like that? You can do it on the fly. You and Platty were having a discussion. That's it, the way. And do DCS do one anyway?
I do not have enough money to buy planes, so what should I do?
But you have to enter the waypoints before you actually get in.
Oh, that's pointless then.
Yeah.
So there's something called the way. I don't know whether it's chargeable.
Subway 95 said 3 trials.
I don't know. I don't use them.
Lower gear.
I thought I'd lowered it.
Lower gear.
Once we've captured these two, I'll restart the mission so that it's daylight again, and at some point I'll edit it so that it gives us more time. I haven't got MVGs on this at the moment. Potentially. I don't know much about it. Just be careful as long as it doesn't change pure client. Some servers, if you're playing on servers, require pure client, i.e. no mods. So even ours, right, it's pure client. So if you're going to have any mods, you want to use a utility that can switch the mods in and out, if that makes sense. Now we've got one up here, campsite. Can we capture campsite or not?
As far as I know, no, those are just for destroying.
Okay, fair enough. We've also got BMPs moving down to Ras Al Khaimah Douda.
Yeah, when I was going into land, I thought to myself, oh, I'll pop over there and take those out. And I realised that I dumped all my weapons.
Sarthak_003S said, what are the best free DCS mods other than the A4E Skyhawk? I already already use the A4E and want to try other high-quality free aircraft mods that do not require paid modules.
Have you actually tried all the paid modules? Or most of them? Let's have a look. I might have to jump into another shark, but I am going to do something that I don't like doing. And that is I'm going to do a quick start. I don't think I can't spawn tanks in, can I? No, I don't think I've got time. Let me just look.
Dreamsley said,
Yeah, look.
That's the one that I found.
What have we got here? I don't know whether you know, Maka, you've got these coming down at the moment. What have we got here? M182. Let's see if I can do this. Don't know what these are. Oops. Gotta move. Yep.
Maka 36 said, unfortunately got a head off. Have a great rest.
No worries, Maka.
And see you next time.
See you next week with a bit of luck, eh? We might lose this if we're not careful. What are these anti-air? God, they're moving out of the way, look.
Thank you for the 54 months of subscribing, Stingy 13.
Hey, Stingy. How are you, matey? You been out shopping?
Thank you for the prime resub, Stingy 13. The support for 54 months is really appreciated.
Pardon? Oh, yeah.
Dreamsley said, at Stingy 13.
Lisa said that she's pup tomorrow. She'll take a laser. She's been doing thingamajig. Oh, that's nothing. I've got some longer. Only I don't know where Kev is. Whether he's having to work or what. Come on, you lot. Otherwise, we're going to have problems. I ain't got time to start anything up. So I'll just move these guys over. And hopefully... Nick, is while that's going on then. If I start up, I'll probably end up dead. Which one was it? Roselle.
I hate having to switch to night vision.
You have dedicated.
Yeah.
Stereo vision and depth perception and everything, and all of a sudden you turn on the night vision and boop, all gone.
Yeah. Let's get this in. Spawn hot. I forgot about the spawn hot. Right, let's see what happens. Where are they? Where am I? Sugar, look where they are. 13 degrees, I'm going to have to move quick.
Stingy 13 said, bit of a hangover without doing the wedding anniversary.
Oh, the wedding anniversary. How long's that, Stingy? Yeah, Lee said happy anniversary. Has it put me? Jeez, I can't see shit. 13 degrees. It's not going to be that way, is it? Gonna have to.
46.
46 years, blimey. Did you hear that? Lee says, like, poor Denise.
Dreamsley said, 46.
That's 46 years. And I'm not going to see these before they kill me. Where they gone? See if I've got. Oh, I don't have any. Nope. Don't have any night vision at all on here by default. Wonder what happened to those thingamajigs? Or were they taken out? I'm in the right place. Right. Just waiting for him to get down to here to capture that.
Man, I'm already 33 and can't find a lady to get married. It is so hard to find the right one nowadays. Time is running out.
Yeah, I've got one. Well, there's a woman who lives here with me. Can you hear this in the background? Right, I haven't got any. I haven't got night vision on this either. Let me just jump down. Jump, he says. I'm sure I'm over the place where they were. Yeah, I thought so. That's the main road. Oh, is this them already? Oh, excellent. See, they're all in flames. So those guys who are told to head towards obviously blew them up then. Needing to worried. I'll just restart the mission after. Now that'll mean that everything we've got, we've taken, we'll keep. And I'll jump into something else then. Let's get down there without hitting those lights. Let's put the landing gear out. Stingy Star Citizen's been playing up big style. I was showing Lisa how to mine the other day, and I was doing some ad hoc mining for myself. And I've got a ton of stuff. And I took it in my big ship. We went to deliver it, and it wouldn't open the hangars at all. So I've had to dump the ship at Everest. All our stuff should be okay in the hangar, but we need to get rid soon. Mining at the moment, which I was doing during the week from yesterday, the refineries don't refine anymore.
I mean, if you're in an A10, X is an exception for sure though.
Yeah, the A10 is just brilliant. Let's go back and see where Thingamajig is, because he's on the way to capture that. Oh, he's in there already. That's excellent. So once he lands and drops off some of the... this is why I don't like playing in the dark. I mean, I don't mind. Yeah, so we need to get rid of that money, and I'll be on tonight, and we'll just have to sort out the money after. Yam's on call, so probably won't be in. There we go. Excellent. You done now, Rick?
Yeah, pretty much. That's captured, so yeah.
Okay, someone's coming in with... there's a Chinook coming in, so I'll wait. It's just around the corner. Let's have a look. You're new to DCS, playing VR, have throttle and stick and cockpit. What are the top recommended must-have points? What is it you're flying?
Dreamsley said, at
Commander Nutter.
Getting a little bit heady, so have fun.
Nutter said,
Alright, mate. I'll just wait for this. I'm not sure whether you can hear Whizbit, but I am going to restart the server in a minute, and I'll have to change the light on it. So whoever's... I'm not sure. I think it's probably AI bringing the load in. I think it might be AI. Basically, I use a Warthog, so it depends what you're flying. A lot of the things... Yeah, copy that, matey. I assume it's you coming in with a Chinook.
So the Chinook is AI. I'm landing back at number 7.
Yeah, copy that. Let me know when you've done. Thanks, out. So...
Gladiator NXT and the STEM, full system throttle.
Okay, so Nutter, basically, what are you flying? Helicopters or jets or what? And it is really quite difficult because you don't know what to set until you know how to fly something. But the obvious defaults, which I'll explain to you in a second or two when this plane's landed, I'll show you the controls. And
a banded trip is a lifesaver.
okay, let me have a little look.
Trim.
Right, there we go. Trip. I was thinking trip. Is that an acronym? I don't know. Is this helicopter going to go and land, or is it just going to fanny around?
I've landed and I'm going to leave the server. 6:30 AM is a good time to start a server off.
Yeah, copy that. I'll do a rundown thereafter. So we've captured those, so just guys bear with me. I'll restart the server because of the short bloody daytime. I forgot I'd got to change it. So I'm going to jump out the server and then jump back in again. I'm jumping out the server so that it doesn't hang my client, which will cause me all sorts of problems. And I'm going to just stop this for a second. I have to wait because it's not as bad as the previous one. It seems to not use quite so much memory. The other one used to use like nearly all of the 32 gig of RAM for the server.
Thank you for the follow, Commander_Nutter. Mel said,
Thanks, Nutter.
Thank you for the follow, Commander_Nutter.
I'll be back with you in 2 ticks. Right, so let's start that up again. And do a refresh. And okay, should be okay, but you should really give it a few seconds for all the scripts and things to kick in. That'll be on my to-do list. So in theory we should, yeah, there we go, look, see, it's saved it exactly where it was. So we need to drop some supplies off and then we should be back in business. It'll refresh everything. Right, aldehyde. So before I fly off in aldehyde, I'm going to jump into a Huey purely and simply so I can go through some of the basic controls. That will probably be the easiest way of doing it. So,
Command _Nutter said, I've got flight down. Need to sort out AI. Navigation. Not really being shooting anything yet.
so when you say you got flight down in helicopters, so you got VRS in and everything else, it's quite difficult and it depends on what you're doing. So have you flown the Huey at all? If you haven't, I would always start with that anyway. And there's a couple of other little things as well. So bearing in mind you've got gunners, right? Have you got all those sorted out? I'll just show you a couple of things.
Yes, Huey is fave. Got 4 choppers.
You've got 4 choppers, okay. It's quite difficult really. When you're flying choppers, ideally you want to try and keep things consistent. So for instance, I use a Warthog. So I would literally, let me go down here. I would try and use the same hat for flares every single time. Same hat for trim every single time. The problem is the Apache works a little bit different. So it's not always possible. Weapons, I mean trim, the reason, not trim, countermeasures are always on the same hat because I have countermeasures on the A10. I don't have to think about it, I know where it is. You've got all your basic controls and it's quite difficult really. When you say you got 4 choppers, I assume one of them's the Huey. So this is just generally for anybody.
Counter makes sense.
So when you look at the controls, you've got a ton of controls. One of the benefits of having a full switch helicopter is, can you see how many controls I've actually got bound? So the bound controls are passing as we go. Some of them, right, I don't use. It will always default controls. This lot here shouldn't have anything, so I can I should be able to clear the category there. So some of the controls, right, are buttons in the cockpit, so you don't need to worry about them. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yes, have Huey MI8, Apache and the twin rotor Rusky.
Okay, so obviously with the it's difficult because your control system is different to mine. So it's difficult to tell you. The trick is you learn as you start to fly what it is that you actually need, and then you try and keep a level of consistency. So for instance, I've got a twin throttle and there's a hat on my throttle, so when I'm using the Shark like I just was earlier, all my controls are on my throttle or my stick, and I just use whatever's convenient that I can remember. Like for instance, moving the Schwal around. The Schwal can be analog, but it can also be digital. If it's analog, it's too jumpy. Sometimes the digital's a bit better. Conversely, in the Apache, I use the same control to move the camera around the cursor and the camera in the Apache. And then I've got a button which is okay, so I use a button on one of my throttles that turns my joystick into my tracking when I'm the gunner in the Apache. And you'll probably find that you might not have played it as two-player, because the co-pilot gunner basically has its own set of controls, and you can use a digital one for rough, and then you can use your joystick for tracking targets, because you've got much better resolution than that. For the benefit of others, if you do axis commands, as I mentioned before, it will try and do defaults. The only thing you need to watch out for is when it does pedals, right? If you're in a helicopter or plane with brakes, you'll find your brakes sometimes are the wrong way round. Now this helicopter hasn't got brakes. My point being, when you go to axis tune, you can invert. So when you've got brakes or brake pedals, toe pedals, when you push them down, it puts the brakes off, and when you let go, the brakes go on, so you'll need to invert. I have no curves or adjustments on any of my controls for anything at all, ever.
Good idea on switching joystick. Not got to switching roles yet, or AI?
Yeah, it's what you would do in that case where you got modifiers. Right, when you're in the CPG seat, you want to basically set a switch, so you add and you define a button on your throttle as a switch. The difference between a switch and a modifier is once you hit the switch, all the controls that utilise that switch will be doing another function, even your axis on your joystick. So when you're in the Apache, by all means use a hat, which is digital, for course movements for when you're targeting, right, or trying to track a moving target. But if you switch to your joystick, you can track it so much better. You probably wouldn't have done it yet. It's very difficult to say. It's very difficult to say specifically. The thing I always say to people is, don't read other people's lists. If you want to learn, say for instance the A10C, which is quite a big thing to learn, I would walk you through the startup routine, because you don't know what you're looking for, you don't know where to look. Okay? So if you listen to someone else explain it to you, you'll start to learn where things are. And then once you've done it 4, 5, 6, 7 times of startup, then you write your own list. Whenever you're going to describe a startup, think of where the pilot sits. For instance, if I switch the pilot on here, right, the reason why he's off is he gets in the way. If you look, when you write something down, if I'm going to switch anything here, this is the pilot's left knee. So I would automatically put LK for left knee, and then what the switch is I'm looking for. As you come down to here, this is left thigh. Okay? As you come down to here, which you can't see, which is why I have the pilot off, it's left butt cheek. So, okay? So you got left knee, left thigh, left butt cheek. So when you're reading your list that you've written, when you read your list, it's really good to be able to know where these things are. So your nomenclature or your list, just put those abbreviations. When you're in the shark, you bring in right elbow, right shoulder, because there's nothing worse than trying to learn and you've got to look for a control. And if you haven't got your control set right, the labels here will be blurry, but you can see these are nice and sharp, right? And it's not always easy to look and find a button. So if I was referring to this radio, this is my co-pilot's right knee. my co-pilot's right thigh, my co-pilot's
Yeah,
right
half
butt
the
cheek.
stuff in the shark is over my right shoulder.
Yeah, you've got right shoulder where you've got your INU, and you've also got your L170 laser. Is it L140 or 170? 140 probably. You've got your right elbow, and at your right elbow you've got your ekran. And you can also do a pattern. So when you start the shark, you start by the right knee, then you look at your right elbow, then you look at the front dash, then you look at your right shoulder, depending on which shark you've got. Then you're on your left thigh, right? Then you're on the dash, lower right. Then you're on the right knee for the fuel flow. Oh, sorry, right thigh for the fuel flow. Do you get the gist? And once you've repeated the things multiple times, you're about to recall them. So if I was going to tell you how to start a shark now, I can sit here and explain where to look for what buttons and what you'd expect to see. All the way through all the switches for multiple helicopters, the A10C. Can't remember the AV-8 enough and that. And you just embed it, it's muscle memory.
Got the gist. Awesome tips.
All right. I can't tell you what specific buttons, but as a general rule, for instance, your trimmer. It's no good having a trimmer button where you've got to lift your thumb and stretch, because as soon as you lift your thumb off your joystick and stretch, that means you've got your other fingers around the front of the joystick. And when you start doing that, and your thumb's not on the trimmer, it makes it quite difficult to push your stick forward. So you want something that you can put your thumb on, grip your stick, and just slide your thumb across from one position to another. If you've got to lift your thumb and release and go somewhere else at the top of the stick, then it makes it difficult in helicopters. Right? So on my stick, I've got a hat which is halfway down.
Put my trim on my throttle buttons.
Okay, that's fair enough. In some cases, on some of those helicopters, i.e. the Shark, right, and also the Apache, having a trim on the left hand when you've got to hold it in is counterintuitive when you're controlling it. Right, okay. You don't need a reset. On the Huey, yes. On the Shark and the Apache, no. The Apache never had one, but people moaned because they struggled. And if I flew the Shark and hit the trimmer reset, it's just going to buck up or do a backward roll, because it makes you go backwards at default. So you wouldn't never use it. You'd reset by setting the trim multiple times.
Yeah, I found that.
Yeah, you don't want to do it. So I wouldn't even have a button for it. The other thing is, when it's on your throttle and everything's controlled with your joystick, having the trim on your throttle separates that feeling. And you'll find if you can have it on your joystick and it's in a decent place, you don't have to split your thought between left hand and right hand. I know it sounds a bit weird, but you'll find it so much easier on your stick, believe me. And now you've been flying a bit, it'll be difficult to change. You got all your weapons down on the Huey? All these? I'm going to have to go and get in a Chinook in a minute. So this is your flares, and over here you've got your weapons.
I use my guns.
You lose your guns. Oh, your guns. Yeah.
When I switch from rockets.
When you switch from rockets, you lose your guns. Okay. So it also depends whether you've got people in. If you've got, passengers, i.e. gunners, you'll see all your gunners here. And if they've got control of everything, or your co-pilot's got control of it, then you can't have control of it. So if your co-pilot's got your guns, right, then you haven't got them.
Yes, I think AI is stealing them, and I've not got into the AI yet.
Okay, so left Windows key and H brings up this menu. If you've got co-pilot gunners, they'll all be listed. Okay, and then using Alt and the number of the position, for instance, there's Alt, Control, and Shift, and that will control who's got what the rules of engagement are, and also whether the back doors are open or shut. In some missions, you'll need the back doors open if you're going to load cargo. It's not difficult, and I haven't got gunners at the moment, and I am going to have to go and take some supplies to the other place. So I usually have those switched off unless I'm running with them. What else?
Great tips. Don't let me stop.
Yeah, that's fine. As I said, if I was flying, I'd explain some of the things as I go. Right, so we've just captured down here. Oh, Whizbit's going down with it. Yeah, look. People get fed up of me talking. So to get this fully stocked, we need, right, 3 lots of supplies. Now, AI will take supplies sometimes. Where the AI was going earlier, I don't know. So we're now up here. Okay. So.
Thanks for the DR1 subscription, Command.
Oh, thank you very much. You're welcome to join us as well, by the way. On a Saturday. On a Saturday, is when I usually stream. You're more than welcome. Anybody's welcome to come in and fly with us. So.
Commander_Nutter said, my way of saying thanks.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. Oh, there's loads more, as I said. It just depends whether you're watching or not and what your problems are. But with helicopters, I can help you out, A10C. No problem. Just beware that A10C is a big learning curve.
I'll join you when I get more practice.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, as long as you can fly, I mean, I'm happy as we go along to help out. You know, that's why I do the channel. If somebody can learn something.
I have an 8 also.
An A10C, is it, or the A10A? If it's the A10C, that's fair enough. Just be warned, I've taught somebody that. Excellent. I've taught somebody that one on a one-to-one basis. It took me 60 hours spread over 6 months for him to be able to jump in and just know his way around all the systems and everything. Okay, so it can take a long time. A lot of people, when I first started, knew how to jump in and fire the guns, and that was it. But when they looked at the manual and found it was like nearly 600 pages or more, that was it. They switched off. It's absolutely brilliant. So up here, we've got an EWR 55. So that's on a hill, and that's going to alert everything here and there. You can see all the places we got to blow up, where we are. So it'll be a good idea to go and take that out. Now, flying from here, let me look at the distance. Let's actually press the button. How far is it? Oh, is that all? 26 mile. That's nothing, is it? I always forget that when we do this. Let's, how much is that? 48k. Ah, it's peanuts, isn't it? It's also high up in the mountains, and there's a chance that's going to have some sort of cover. And you can see it's got such a big range. You've got a lot of cover here in the hills. You wouldn't want to go straight over the hills, but there's nothing to stop following this along here. You'll just have to watch the height around here, because as I said earlier, you try climbing a really big hill in a helicopter and you low down, you're never going to get there. So what you have to do is fly high enough to fly onto the hill, which then means that if there's anything coming to get you, it will get you by the time you get there. But still, it's worth a go, isn't it? Let's see how we get on. I'd love one, please.
I don't know where to sell my hand.
Just keep them, and then if you go to a mining place, buy yourself a one size box and put them in there for now, and then put them in your freight elevator. We'll be on later. Depends how my leg's going. Stingy's got a bit of a hangover.
Oh no, Stingy.
He's not there. He's not listening, I don't think. He'll be or trying to get rid of his headache. Right, so I'll go from Rasmalai, and let's see if we can take this EWR out. If not, we'll jump in an A10 and have a go. And it'll be fun trying to use these mountains.
Yes, the rescue mission in the Huey to the top of the mountain is a struggle.
Yeah, the only reason is, oh, I know which one you mean. The only reason is because of the ground effect, bouncing off the mountain and coming back. So you never climb a mountain right from the bottom up. You say, right, the mountain's 2,000 feet, I need to be 2,000 feet, and you fly to the top of the mountain. And that's why it's there for. It will catch people out. You never fly up a mountain. Right, Raz Al Doodaddy. What am I in at the moment? Dynamic slot. Raz Al, that one. And we'll go in the Shark this time. And we'll see how we get on. Now, I've already gone through the whole startup and everything. I don't mind answering questions on it.
Right, I'm leaving the keyboard and watch the pro.
I wouldn't say pro. I base it on, I know my way around lots of things. I'm not an expert, but I do know my way around a few things. I can always help people. But I also learn from people on channel. Sometimes little things that have crept in since I learned everything, because I haven't gone back and read anything since. And I don't keep track of things quite so much. So again, you know, I'll quickly go through the startup. I have done it in detail before. So it's right knee, battery 1, battery 2, right elbow, ecran, front dash, left hand side, master caution. Right shoulder, INU, only if it's a Shark 2. Okay. Left knee, bottom left, KO41. Abris, which is on the right up front. Over to the right, we're going to switch on forward, aft, and fuel QTY. We're going to switch on the APU, fuel flow. We're going to look to the left. We can see the fuel flows on. Shut the door. Hit the white start button. Zoom out. And then just wait for this to get... Oh, sorry. No, we don't. We just wait. We press this one down, which is the collective brake. And once we got fuel flow, now we'll do the next bit, which is right hand EEG. Over on the right butt cheek and up. Oh, crap. Sorry. Left hand EEG. Left hand fuel flow. And now we're going to move this little switch down into the left hand. Press the start button and now zoom back and look at the needles. And needle number 1 for the right hand engine will drop. And when it gets to 2, we're going to push that forward. Okay, as I said, I'm not slowing this down for anything. It's just quick enough to say if I do it quick. I just like to give more detail when I'm explaining. Okay, make sure that the exhaust gas temperature goes up, which it did. So we're going to wait for this to get to idle mode. Should already have weapons on, which it has. Idle mode is just over 70% RPM. And as soon as it gets to there, we can start the right hand engine, which is right hand EEG. That's the electronic engine governor. So it basically means you throw requests at it and it'll adjust RPM accordingly. Right hand fuel. Move the little lever to the right hand. Start the left engine. Back off a bit. Watch the dial. Wait till it gets to 20 or 2%. Sorry, number 2 or 20%. And as soon as we switch the right hand engine cutoff up, watch the exhaust gas temperature and you know you got a good start. Switch on the intercom. Switch on the little voice warn so that when we add more power, we're going to hear all the messages read out instead of having to read the ecran. You can see this going up. We can also, while we're here, switch on the standby SAI and then uncage it. Oops, went a bit high then. Okay, we're going to put full power on now because this is the 3. So page up twice and then listen to the messages.
Electrics on battery. Doppler navigation system failure. No nav data.
Okay, if we put this on, you can see there's no nav data. The way this mission is set up is it'll align it automatically. So switch on the navigation system to operate. Go to the right shoulder and switch on the INU. Okay. Now normally you'd get a little indicator that will stay there for 3 minutes while it aligns. And when it's finished, you'll see the diamond and the triangle are 10 degrees out. And that's where you need to adjust the heading with this knob, then put it back where it is and move this switch down and up into the middle and you would have aligned it. But this is automatically done, okay? So we'll carry on with the startup. VHF 1, 2, data link, VHF talk. We move down to here. We're going to put data link here on the navigation system. We're going to move this over to Wingman. So I'm number 1 and I'm running on frequency 124 over there. And that means anyone else running on number 1 up to 4 can have unique IDs and we can send each other targets. Pitch hold, bank hold and heading hold will smooth the inputs. As I said before, the same as the SAS on the Apache and the A10. Ejection seat, fire extinguisher, move back to the L140 laser, pop that on, which is a laser and rangefinder for the Schwal and the weapon guidance, and then put the UV26 or countermeasures on. And I haven't done it yet. Why haven't I done it? Anybody? Why aren't the countermeasures on? Anyone listen to the messages when they come on? Told me 3 things. 1, engines or electrics running on battery. 2, no nav data. And 3, Doppler navigation system failure. Why haven't my countermeasures come on? Come on, if you're paying attention, you should throw this one out at me. Something I missed out. What did I miss out? Is everyone suddenly waking up going, don't ask me? Okay. AC generators. Didn't switch them on. So, everything's still running on battery. Now that the AC generators are on, we've got the countermeasures on. And the only way you learn these things is by making mistakes. Because if you do everything right every single time, the day you do something wrong, you're going to be sitting there going, I have no idea what's going on, so you start all over again. All right? So there's lots of little things like that. And the more you make mistakes, which you will, the more you'll remember. Right, okay. So engine's on, everything's ready. We're going to hit the APU shut off, not the start button, because it's...
Not far enough to measure it, so I've learned that issue.
Ah, right, okay. So countermeasures should come out of both sides. It won't at the moment though, probably while we're on the floor. If you look, there's 2 dots. That means you got 64 either side. So over here, if you click it left, that's the left hand side ones, that's the right hand side. This is both together. Okay, thanks, Cock. So you've got something. What have you collected?
I can't remember now.
What you like?
It might be Aphrodite.
Okay, Hadonite is the better one, but you wouldn't need to go to a cave for it unless you were doing that mission, in which case you go and...
No, it was a mission where I've got to purchase some hand minables.
Oh, you mean for one of the what's it missions?
Shubin something or other.
You don't... Oh, no, you don't purchase them. You go to Shubin, right? It tells you to go to a cave, right? And it says, I want so many of Hadonite, or so many of Aphrodite, or so many of Dolovine. What you've done is seen the list and gone round and collected all of them, haven't you? That's exactly what I did, and that's exactly what everyone does. You only needed like 3 Hadonite, or 4 of this, or 5 of that, and then you go and take it to where it tells you. Right. Okay, so we're ready to take off now, except I haven't put this on. And as I said, we're going to go and aim at the EWR that sits on the hill. And there's a lot more things just spawned in there. SA8s, so I'm really going to have to go up here. If I fly to 48 degrees for a bit, then hopefully I'll pick up that. Now I know there's already things out there, so I'm going to switch on my weapons system already. Is that on or off? Oh no, that's just... What's going on here? That's just the light shining in, isn't it? Okay. Oh, sorry, Mike. There we go. When you go and pop your flares, it does do a few. So I want to go 48 for about 20 odd mile. Let's turn this down a little bit. It's a bit too bright. Was 20? Was it 48? Yeah. Okay, get ready to push forward. Watch these. I got caught by this. I haven't got my head tracking on. I got caught by those once because I didn't get my head tracking on. Right. 124 radio check. I don't think I've got anybody on anymore. There's only me. So we want 48 degrees. Approximately. Now if we look at the mountains, you can see they are quite big. What the hell happened there? Oh, I was probably still holding my trimmer when I went to release my stick. Oh, I forgot to do something. Like put my undercarriage up for a start. So you can see these mountains are quite high. So I've got to get up there and find that valley, follow that valley. Already going a bit quick. So you can see now in the daylight how the blades push together on the right. Take it, Nutter, you probably would have had some beeps when you're flying the Shark, and you've probably already had blade strikes. Why is this going down? What is it I haven't done? Oh, these are off, okay. There we go. Okay, so something's shooting at me already. I need to get into the hills and hope it's not a plane. That's telling me I'm overdoing the engine, so hold the trimmer, pull back on the nose a bit, otherwise I'm going to have a problem. I'm not sure who that was at. Definitely not me. But that's the trouble, you can't tell, can you? Someone's in an 18. So you notice those SAS things had literally gone off. So there was only one on, so the helicopter was a bit all over the place. Oh, it's whiz-bit in the 18. One, 2, 4 radio check. See if he's got his radios on, because he won't default to 1, 2, 4. So I'm going to change a setting on the server, and that means the server will still be running all week, 24/7, unless the account decides to blob out, which it does sometimes. So if anybody wants to come in and fly, you're more than welcome. Obviously don't be destructive, because it does keep a log. If you see things where they're trying to attack a base, go and defend it and try and take bases, if you want to, that is. There's a really good training mission for people who are relatively new, called
W1Z8X.
Hey.
Not got to radio staff and the 810 rate staying in the air as the main go right now.
Yeah, that's fine, matey, no worries. Yeah, the radio channel on the left is always set to the wrong channels anyway, but don't worry about it, as long as I know you're on. What I was going to say, oh yeah, there's a mission by a guy called Apache 600 called Krasnodar Variable Ground Attack. When you're new to DCS, it is absolutely brilliant. You can choose missions, right? You choose missions using the F10 menu, and I would always recommend choose mission 1, which is easy, and mission 1 within it. So there's 4 to 5 missions going from easy, medium, hard, very hard. If you don't choose a mission, it will depend on where you fly. So if you fly and go into one of the zones, either easy, medium, hard, very hard, it will automatically trigger one of the missions at random. So the first missions do not have any SAMs in. So easy mission 1 will give you the opportunity to go after a convoy. It will shoot at you, but it's not got a SAM, and then they'll hook up with a base. So when I'm teaching weapons systems and stuff like that, I always use that mission because it is so good for doing it. And it's really good for the A10, it's really good for helicopters. You just have to be careful how close you get to things. The convoy will have a gun truck at the front and the back. But it's a nice mission to do. And if you type in, or somebody types in !Krasnodar, it'll give you a link to the mission. I think it's on version 26. Every single aircraft is included, so everything should be available. And it does both dynamic spawns and set spawns. And you want to spawn from Krasnodar, and the mission is based up at the top of the lake by Krasnodar. Anyone got any questions so far? So what we're going after is the EWR that is picked up there. So now this should be, in theory, there it is. Look, see this path coming down there? Can you see it just about? Now it goes up there, possibly a road, and then over there, I think. Now I don't want to get too low, I just want to keep my head down, because the EWR is, or it looked to me to be, on the tallest of the mountains, which I'm guessing is this big one up the front, somewhere up here. Yes, I know. I'm just pulling my nose up. It's bound to have defences. There we go. If I look, oh, I'm not quite over, am I? It's slightly left. Okay, might be that one there. Also, you got a MiG. No, he's probably seen him already. So if I can keep my head down, it'll help me with a MiG, but it knows I'm coming. Let's try that line, that looks a little bit better. So it seems to be up this, there's the mountain, look. I know it's a tall one, and I'm guessing it's going to have some sort of SAM as well. And if I was doing that, I wouldn't have a SAM at the top, I'd have a couple lower down, so they can look down. Otherwise the SAMs are not going to be able to see a lot. Now, where are we distance wise? Oh, 18k. And you've just got to be careful. As I said, don't be too close to the floor trying to climb mountains, because you will struggle.
Pedro_McLeod said, I think Puritan is going to go down.
Why is he firing at him? He might not do. He's not, it doesn't look like he's going for him, unless he's going to say, oh, you're only an A10, then I'll go guns. And I have to use my other foot as well. My leg's looking nice at the moment, by the way. Yeah. It's it's still more to the left, isn't it? That one there, I think. It's actually, in the dog meat bit, it's got like an imprint of the dressing, so it looks like a little graph paper thing in the gap between where the skin had disappeared. Oh, I do apologise, Flo. Flo McLeod's module's able to fight. Yeah.
I have stayed on this long TBH.
Oh, it's the way it is. I do apologise. Yes, the answer is yes. So the low fidelity modules work. The thing that makes them low fidelity is you can't switch switches in the cockpit. I do apologise. You're watching from YouTube, so if you've got a Twitch account, if you look in YouTube, there's a description, and on the description or in it, there's a link, and if you click on that, then basically what will happen. Oh, I know what I'm doing, you idiot. It will open a little window to Twitch, and then when you ask me questions, I'll be able to hear the questions. Can you see the radar there on the top? Look. So let's look at this distance. 14 clicks. I am pretty sure that radar there will have some sort of level of cover. But while we're going along, I'm going to release this file and have a little look. So I can't see any SAMs or anything this side, but I guarantee it's got something over that side. So I need to get up there as close as I can. I don't necessarily need to fire any missiles at it. I should be able to use guns. But as soon as I go around the corner, then I suspect what I'm going to get is a face full of SAMs. Speaking of which, while I'm going along, you see I'm already on this ridge of this mountain, which means it should be easy enough to get up there. I'm going to be drinking a cup of tea, which is one of the things that the shark, amongst other things, is good for. I just know there will be something, so I just hope it doesn't make me jump while I'm flying. So, did you get that answer, by the way, Flo? They can put up a really good fight. You've got, is it MiG-29? You've got the default one, which is the Su-25, is it? So you've got quite a few, A-10A. You just can't switch cockpit things, and the flight model isn't so good, but the weapons work, and they can put up fights. I think I can't remember which MiG it is, but the MiG's quite good as well. So as far as that goes, yes, they all work. However, if you buy something in a sale, and I think there's a sale on now, you'll find quite a few of the things have got 20, 30, 40, 50% off. And it would be better for you if you can get a full module. It doesn't have to be the latest and greatest, but it would be better for you because you'll learn a lot more from it. The flight characteristics of those modules are not as good as these, not quite as realistic. Right, I'm going to have to slow down here and stop. I've had to put my cup of tea down, which is not great. This feels like I'm way close enough. Have a little look. See, I'm at the top of this mountain trying to get on this path. Right, I've got my thumb on the trimmer, by the way, lifting the nose up, and then I'll let go, and I need to slow the helicopter down. You can just about see the top. Hey, Oz Dead Meat, thank you very much. Have I got anybody on?
Thank you so much for the raid. Meet with your 23 awesome viewers.
Yeah, can you do a shout out for me for Oz Dead Meat? I can't remember if you can. I think you can. If you don't mind, if you can. Right, this is good enough. Let me just do that, and then I can do it myself anyway.
guys.
Yeah, right, matey. Dare I say what you've been up to? Thanks, Platty. Thank you very much. Right, so we're not that far away, as you can see. If I can take this out, this all really helps a lot. So I've put the camera on. Okay. Now, when I switch my gun on, right, this is... Yeah, stop your whinging. If we look, when I start moving the camera around, right, you'll see the cannon there, right? Now if I switch this on, and I don't know why I got fuel fly going over there, I forgot to switch it off. You'll see that as I move the camera around, can you see the helicopter is turning. Yeah, no worries. No worries. Thanks for the raid and welcome everybody. If you got any questions, please ask. Usually I'm on at this time every other week because I have to take the other half to work. Thank you for the follow. If you see me do anything wrong, again, please feel free to jump in. Now let's see, right, if... let's see if I can actually fire at that. Now what this is telling me, that box is the range of the gun, up, down, left and right, and I'm obviously too low. So I'm going to increase my height, and once again I'm going to be using the collective brake like I did earlier. So I'm going to pull the collective brake in and increase my height a little bit. Have I got my laser on? Yes. Is this locked? No. And this is a problem. And it's probably not locked because it won't lock on the mast. I don't know. But anyway, I'm increasing my height. Not in such a bad position. I've got my head down from most things. Oh, now we've got something looking at me. So I need to hurry up and get up high enough. There we go. Come on. Is that going to hit it? Or is it just going to go through the model? It looks like it might be going through the model. Or is it? Oh no, bit of smoke. Is it going to get a lock? Probably not. Look, it's not even reaching. That's because it's not got a lock or anything. Okay. So I've got to be careful now because the plane's en route to me, which is what I was just told. So let's go and have a little fly a bit closer. I've got the gun on pointing straight there. So it's a race between me getting to this. And as I said, I fully expect a Sam to be there. I need to move forward first of all. See how high we are. What you mean, the extra ones to the mission? Yeah, you should be able to. But if you go to Crusader, you need to get on a tram, and you need to. Pardon? Oh, you mean CRUL1? That's not a Crusader. Yeah, you should be able to. You need to go to the admin, which is just under the lifts on the first floor. So what I'm going to do is slide sideways over here. Might take the visor off. I know I'm going to come face to face with a Sam.
Springfield 1, splash bandits, goal 208.
It's really tucked in, isn't it? It's got cover both sides. If I go over the high bit there, I won't be able to look down. So what I'm trying to do is slide around here and hope that it's really steep and there's nothing there other than a little truck thing with an aerial sticking out of it. Otherwise I'm going to just be turned into something. Might be alright. So I would have had Sam's over there covering. Are we there yet? Yeah, just around the corner. You go around the corner and yet there's more corner. It's like when you climb up mountains and things. When you go up the Lake District, you think you're nearly there and then suddenly... just a little truck. Okay, that's gone. That'll help.
Warning, under attack. Warning, under attack. Warning, under attack.
Now what you got to be careful of when you come down hills and things, I know it happens in real life, is you don't just want to fly down a hill because you unload the power off the blades. So I need to pull this up before my blades disappear. And the engine's going bananas. Right, got my head down a little bit. So let's see where we're going to go for the mission. Okay. See that Charlie there? So there's a chance that I might be able to utilise these mountains. Now bear in mind how high the mountains are. It might be that it's too high up, so I'm not going to be able to look down too well and fire a laser and keep that laser there because it's going to be pointing straight out. But I might be able to creep over a little bit and be in a position like before where I can just shoot from the mountains. We've still got plenty of fuel. But getting rid of that thing that was there is really good. That's its early warning system, and it sorts the planes out, and it also means, let me pause my head tracking. So I'm in the Shark at the moment, looking at the time. Okay, what I have to be careful of, by the way, is my leg hurts because I cut it the other week, and I have issues already. I'm a diabetic, so when I'm flying a lot or too long, it makes my feet swell up. This is a trouble when you get old, isn't it? Anyone else? I used to fly 8 hours a day, well 8 hours a weekend or 3 times a week, and eventually I had to stop because I've got fat legs, or fat ankles then. Just finishing my tape. Sorry if you got ASMR slurping. Also need to set the course. Charlie, waypoint 10. Let's go arc. Let's have a look. Nav. Search. Waypoint. Let's keep an eye over there as well, shall we? Just so I don't crash. What you have to be careful with a shark is the numbering system is 1 out. That's better. Got a bit of space. So when you move this down, Charlie is 11. Okay. Not 10. So it's numbered 10, but the shark is always one more. Okay. I know where it is now. Unpause my head tracking. Going quite slow at the moment and I'm quite high, so I've got to be careful. Just speeding up a little bit. Now I'm not going to be able to sit on top of this hill and then shoot. The target is 15k away. As I said before, weapons got about 7.1. Hey Johnny. Sorry mate, I didn't hear you come on then unless something was going on. I do apologise. Lisa's on Star Citizen. She can't get enough of it, matey. Except obviously refining is buggered.
It's okay, used to it.
What used to being ignored, sitting there quietly. I know it's a pain in the ass. I went to unload, right, about 1.5 million worth of stuff on my ship. And then the hangars wouldn't open at Lawville, so I had to dump the ship. Lisa went to sell her mining today, and the server errored, and then when it come back she was through the floor, so I got her to Alt F for it, but she was alright, but the ship was needed to be claimed. And I've probably got about 2 million or more sitting in a hangar somewhere for the, you know, the group mining. So I've been mining all week.
BRB.
Yeah, no worries. So if we, where are we? Quite a way off actually. We want to sort of get down in this region. If we look here, that's good. If we can get down this gap, which is possibly down here. Is that the right gap? Sort of looks like it, doesn't it? So I need to drop my height. You told me you knew. You told me you knew. So if you go up a floor, if you go to the Galleria, then across, and then have a look, it's sort of round by the lifts. And if you're not sure, if you look at the map, it should show you where admin is if you zoom out, because the map will be... That's what you said last time. It's getting vicious now. Thank you for my cup of tea, by the way. It's very nice. Has anyone else got an air hostess who brings them drinks and refreshments while they're flying? I think that's where that base is, isn't it? Yeah, it is. It's just down a little bit. Got to be really careful, otherwise this thing is going to have issues. And I might be seen as I go over here. No, it's just this side. Oh, I might be, yeah. It's just that side of the water. Over there. I'll probably get pinged in a minute. So what I'm going to do is try and sit here behind these hills because I've got the height and I should have the range from here if I can get the helicopter to stop in time because it's really moving quick. And when it rattles like that, it's going, I'm going to VRS in a minute. And then Platty will be waking up. There he goes.
No, but I have 2 cats that steal my snacks.
You've got 2 cats that steal your snacks. That's not an easy thing to say. Right, this looks like a good position. Let's just try and get into a hover. So again, slow down much as you can before you hit the button. And it should sit down in a stable hover within just a few seconds. As it is, keep an eye on the height. You see the height is dropping a little bit, so you just need to add a little bit more collective and then just press and release the collective brake. In this case, part of this could be because of where we are, but let's see. Right, distance to target 7.4. Okay, we can live with that. Oh, the knick-knack thieves. Is that what you have, is it? Do you have knick-knacks by the side of you on a little saucer? Right, okay, so we'll select the weapons, which are on the outer pylon, as you can see. And the laser is off. Oh, it's on at the moment. Oh yeah, for the thingamajig. Your laser, what you have to be aware of, it basically burns out. So if you leave your laser on all the time, you go and do a sortie, come back, load up, go and do another one, you'll find it won't work after that properly. Also, oh no, that's alright. Let me drop this down then. And
I have to keep hold of them or they run off with the bag.
oh, do they? Cheeky little buggers, eh? Right, Sam. That's what we're looking at. Oh, we've got quite a few Sams there. SA-15's nothing too bad. SA-8 is the worst, possibly. And then we've got a couple of zoos. Right, let's play a game. Okay, so this is stable. Now, what I'm going to do is pop up. Sounds like someone's at a refinery. And see what I can see. I'm also going to switch on my auto turn. And we'll have a look. This looks alright. Again, as I said, it depends whether I get the depression. Is it down here by this holiday place? Because if it is,
Dreamsley said, people are so dumb in these public servers. Man, I'm landing with £800 of fuel left. He is taking off with C-130 while I'm landing. FFS, man.
where's this? Oh, where you're playing. Radio comms. This is the thing, and it's like our server usually.
Check the F10, right?
Yeah, check the F10, you would think, and there is likely to be some sort of instructions for the comms, and oh, I'm looking too far away, maybe. There should be some sort of instructions for the comms and what you're expected to do. But it depends on the server. I mean, ours, people complain a little bit because it's not formal enough. But then I always think, you know, if people are learning, it's better if we can all communicate, obviously. But sometimes, A, people don't know that they should be doing it. B, they don't know how to do it. And if I say, download TeamSpeak, they have no idea what I'm talking about. Alright, so is that the water coming in? Can you see that? I'm still looking. No, there's the bridge.
Yay, exactly. Eye contact with ATC from miles away for landing. And as you said, there are ATC instructions. She was yelling at him.
I used to fly for a virtual wing once upon a time, many years ago. And it was really good. They helped so much with learning the A18. So, I mean, before that, I used to fly IL-2, and I used to run training missions and write my own missions, do courses, and then moved over into DCS. I did have lock on. But it was very formal, incredibly formal, as in you had to log your hours, any kills you got, and all that sort of stuff, and you weren't allowed on the server until you'd completed your training. You could go on with an instructor, but you had to complete your training, and then you were allowed on by yourself. But some of the people who were there, who ran the server, they were not great. Whereas the guys who trained me were superb. And they were playing DCS and the others were playing BFM, is it? And they were very elitist.
That is almost like real stuff. Nice.
Should have looked over there, shouldn't I? So, am I at the right place here? Let's have a look. So there's a town. The shipyard's got to be here, hasn't it? When it comes in. So these possibly more to my left and really close to me. I think they're down here somewhere, but more to the left. So I might not have the line down. One thing about these missiles, and if you look, they are. You see the way they can point down independently of the helicopter. So they angle down, but again they have a finite angle that they can do. Look over there. It looks like, is that a ridge? It's like traffic lights. There's a bridge and a road. I think I might have to move. I think I want to look more around to the left here. Oh, am I looking? Oh, look, I'm looking completely too far over, because that bit there is up here. So the stuff I want is a lot further down. Where am I? Can I get to it from there? Yeah, probably. Let's put this away. Hope I don't run out of fuel through talking too much and trying. I've got plenty left. Oh, I need to get rid of that as well. Off you go. Let's switch my laser off. and then just try and go down this way a little bit and see if I can get a better view. Did you find it, Lise?
Yeah,
Okay, where are they? Where's your Hadonite? Sorry, where's your stuff? Is it in your backpack? All you got to do is select the location of where the stuff is. That's the trouble. You shouldn't be playing big boy adult games when there's no big boy adults around. I heard the big sigh. Hopefully, should be able to move around here. Possibly over there. See this little hole? That loses the height advantage with the range, but also what range is it giving me now? 18. 10. Right. I might be too far away from where I want to go. There's the town. Let me just have a look at this. Let's slow down a little bit. Might be too far away now, look. Yeah, 9. Definitely get a view on them if they're 9 clicks away. But the height, what am I, 233 metres? Go and have a look, shall we? See what it's like. Drop that down. Select auto turn. Select the missile. See if I can stretch the missile out a little bit. See if I don't get shot first. Hopefully I'm looking in the right place this time and there's nothing on my left apart from enemy planes and things. So I'm coming up to 500 metres. Remember that's like 1500 feet.
There is a good looking valley on your right side on the map.
On the map, there's a valley. I've just come from up there, and the problem is the actual targets are fairly close to the bottom of the cliffs. So what was happening, is I couldn't get a line on them, and I couldn't get an angle on them at all. Here's the ships. No, I've just lost my bearings completely. Right, that's where that dock comes in. So they're going to be on the right, possibly. There you go. Which one's the 8? Let's see what happens, shall we? 9.8. Now I'm going to have to switch this to manual and see if I can take a shot and it stretch out. Rifle. The reason why I'm trying this is because I'm high Now normally 1800 metres is a good one because it gives it enough carry. It's trying, like I say, trying to lift up.
That's a 15. 8 is north of it.
Yeah, that's fine. So I can't, either that got cut off then, you know, the laser either got cut off or it's not going to reach that 9.8. So what I'm going to have to do is stay here, and what I'll tell you what I'll do, something else I'll show you. Right, that's locked 10.8. Right, go up to here, it's a SAM, hit that button, and now it's on here, right? So while I'm here, there's another one. No, is that a plant? I can't tell. It's really difficult here. Is that it there? Is that a tree or a bloody thing? I can't tell. No, it's a tree. That is something though, isn't it? Nope. It's the trouble with the light, isn't it? They're probably moving now. They know where I am. And they're going to move. However, I know where that one is. Where's the others?
I think you're looking somewhere else now.
Well, was that not the one I was pointing at? It's really something. Yeah, that's not getting a lock either. Probably. Yeah, is that a tree?
It was by the road. Moving right.
Tree truck. It's probably coming down towards me now. There we go. .6. What's to the left of it? It could just be a tank, but I can never tell. So I pick number 1 and then send. So it won't just carry over there, and I can't stay up in the air long enough. They're asleep. There's another.
Looked like T-ATS.
Yeah, that's what I thought, another tank. So the reason why I'm putting them in here on my Abris, right, you'll see there's a whole series of symbols, right? It's because when I move, the helicopter will automatically point back to those locations. It's a bit of a bugger to see over that, though, I must admit. Right, is there anything else? What's that, a tree? Yeah. So what I'm going to do... Wait a minute. That looks like a FARP or something.
The underscore D0 you just said. You just did something.
Yeah. We'll just hit that one there.
Just to your right.
Let's have a look. Oh, I got it already. There's those tents there with troops. Oh, look. Right, now, do you remember what I said about moving ground targets? Pop him on.
Yeah, that guy.
Right, pop that on, doink, and now it tracks. Okay, now I'll move that over, but it's not going to reach, I don't think. Rifle. Nope. I'm going to pop the laser up. Can't see very well from here. And slowly bring it down a little bit, see if it helps. Oh, look, way short. No good at all there, is it? Okay. I've got that guy. I've already saved him. So what I'm going to do then is change where I am again. Switch that off. Switch the auto hover. Switch this off. And see if I can use the town. Right. So I've got to be careful. I've got to somehow get into that town. Hope there's nothing in there. What's my fuel? Still got some, amazing. And see if I can utilise the buildings in the town to get closer and get a line on them. Because you know, as soon as I stick my head up, they're going to get interested. Now, I've already set some of those things on my Abris. Moving a bit quick there. What's my blade doing? Oh, not too bad. Could have probably sneaked up that corner, but let's see if we can utilise some of the buildings here. Creep our way through. Obviously going to be a little bit further away. We don't have the advantage of the height. Being shot at by something already. I don't know what.
Amanda Scordesia Luigi said, "This is so interesting. I am locked in."
Oh, you're locked in, yeah. Oh, look at that. What's shooting at me where? Could have been a plane. I can't tell at the moment. But you can play it for free, and you can try all these modules out as well. Or most of them out for free. It's a really good game, and once it gets you, it sucks you in.
It was just some Yankee civilians. Nothing to see here.
Oh, is that all it was? Right, so what I need to do is try and keep as low as possible. Use the buildings and everything else. Hope there's nothing coming down the road. Azzy, he'll help you out a bit. Well, tell him to go into TeamSpeak then, or move into another channel. When you're going through the town, just be careful. You've got to know how wide your chopper is, where your tail is, although it's not quite so bad on here. Also, when you do get behind...
Imagine you're enjoying your morning breakfast and you just see this helicopter creeping slowly down the highway out your window.
Oh yeah. Or you get some idiots use it and pretend it's at some other country.
Lower gear.
Shut your hole.
Lower gear.
So, what's the range on there? 11 clicks. See those buildings over there, through there? I need to move closer. So we've got plenty of high-rise buildings for me to sort of disappear in. I'm surprised I haven't put any SA8s, the little man-pad guys, man-portable air defence guys. So I need to slow down so I can suddenly stop if I want. So again, I'm dropping the collective as I'm lifting my nose up to stop me from going too high. We can see there's even more buildings. I can't. Where's my cursor? Oh, there it is. Over this side to the right, look. So we should be able to sneak up to there. So we're about 9 clicks out. So just bear in mind we'll be firing flat. So the range is going to be reduced to the missiles. Platty's there with his £5 on a VRS. Or if you move to a building, strike now, Platty. How'd you get a box? Right, okay, so you go to the shop. Right, you go to, say, the mining place. You're at CRUL1. Yeah. Have a look at, you know, the refinery. Go into the shop there, which is below the refinery on your right. Have a look on the screen. Look at utility and stuff like that. And you just want a small box. That'll put it in your storage. You go to your hanger. You take it out. And then when you press, you can go to it and open it up and then put the stuff over. See your box and your inventory. Yeah, ask Johnny how to do it. He'll explain it to you. Got someone else supporting her now. He's 8 hours behind us, so
Dreamsley said, that's right.
right, so let's stop here and I'll show you how.
That's what Ukrainians see nowadays, right?
Well, they won't quite be there, but some areas. Right, so what I'm going to do is hover over here. Okay. It's talking quite loud. I'm not sure if it's picking up. Right. So earlier on I showed you how to do these things, which is the markers representing the various vehicles. Right? So what we're going to do is use the buttons here. Number 1 is a ground vehicle, 2 is a SAM, 3 is something else. I'm going to pick a SAM, and if we look down here, you can see it's flashing. Okay, so each time I pick a SAM, another one will flash. So when it's flashing, I'm then going to click on DL ingress.
Oh wow.
Right, I'm going to switch on my laser. Is it on already? Yeah. And now I'm going to uncage my Shval. So if I put this on, so you can see, and if I put on auto turn, okay, Watch what the camera does when I uncage. So the camera has gone to that target, right? And the helicopter has turned round to match it. And it's 8.7 clicks away. This is what I'm saying, it's a really good chopper, right? So 8.7 is outside of the range of the missiles I've got. Now, what I can't tell at this point, let's have a look. Oh, I should be able to go down here, shouldn't I? So from here to round about here, 7, 7, 7, I don't know what it's saying, 8? Could be that one I've got selected. See, that one's a little bit further away. So let's try another one. And if you notice, it doesn't go to the next one, okay? So you need to reset that again. Select the one you want. Okay, and I want that moved over. Oh, why is there only 3? We'll try that one, shall we? And then again, make sure that this is out, or on, should I say. Okay, there we go. That's 8.7. I might be able to reach that, but I can't tell whether it's behind these rocks or in front. I think it might be in front. So what I'm going to do now is slowly lift up. Make sure that the thing is on there. Switch this to manual, which it already is. And let's slowly lift up and see if we can get a view. Now just bear in mind that I'm in somewhere which is potentially quite dangerous. And they may see me before I see them. So I'm just rising up. Also need to hit enter so that, wait a bit, let's have a look. Let me get my head down here. Look, we might get a view. And it's going to be pretty close to where the vehicle is. I can't tell if that's a vehicle or what yet. So what I'm going to do is just alter my brightness here. Adjust the contrast a little bit. That's a tree. You got them? You lost it all?
Yeah.
How'd you know? Are you in mining?
Yeah.
So all I can see is trees, but you see these ridges? Could be that the vehicles are down in those ridges, or a bit further away, look. Sometimes it's not working. Whoa. What was that from the left? Oh, it's sun. Oh, look at this. Oh, aerials. So I think the targets are actually down the ridge. Again, I can't tell whether that there is a target. See the way you got treetops here, look. So these are down the ridge, I believe. hence why I can't see the little buggers. Are you joking?
Springfield 1, engaging bandit at Bulls 209 for 70.
Look, they've sent a thingamajig down. Is there only me left on here? I might need to go down there. And I've got to watch my fuel. Yuck. So just switched off the auto hover. Let's see if we can get closer. I'm going to have to switch this off so I've got better visibility. Has it? Oh, let them do it. I can leave them to get on with it. So I might get targeted in a minute, so I've got to be careful. So it sounds like our guys have defended, but we've got to resupply them. Right, so I've got to be careful because I don't want to run out of tall buildings.
Lower gear.
Shush.
Lower gear.
So I'm trying to find a place here now where there's not quite so many trees, because trees are a pain in the ass when you're firing missiles. Okay, I've got a bit of a space there. Let's see if we can stop. Do what I did before. Okay, pop that on. Typical. Lasers on, I think. Right, I somehow think they might get me before I get them, if I even see them. God, 3.1, really? See that tree there? Look, still that ridge, isn't there? Hertz. Ah, is that them? Or is that bloody bushes again pretending to be them? Oh, look. Bushes. It looks like there's a massive big ridge down there, doesn't it? I'm going to have to lift up a bit. That's 15k. That's 7.3. The whole thing's only 5k, but it looks like there's a dip. I'm suddenly going to get shot and then jump. That tank there. Looks like it, doesn't it? In fact, what's that? Why it just hiding? They look like tanks to me. Rifle. Oh, the MiG-21 or the Viggen. It's a difficult one. There's a couple of guys who are usually on here who are from Sweden. And they would definitely say Viggen. One of them used to work on Viggens. Right, he's on the move. Go down here. Just 1 minute. Switch that on. Ah, he's gone, is he? Is he still there? There we go. Boom. Rifle. I did have the MiG. I've got the MiG-21 and the Viggen. I think the Viggen, it depends what you want to do. The Viggen is excellent with ships. It's got some really good anti-ship missiles.
Lieutenant Apprentice said, just built my first flight sim gear with aim to learn helis. Best €3,200 I've ever spent.
Oh, really? So, what is it you've built a rig, so you want to learn helis? Yeah, what sort of helis did you want to go? The ones I remember most. First of all, always learn the... Yeah, look at that ridge. It's a bugger, isn't it? Always learn the Huey first. Right? Just learn it, because you'll learn so much from the Huey. I think that's a target there. No? You really will. Yeah, there's a ridge. Come on, you little buggers. Yeah, learn the Huey, because you'll learn how helicopters work. That's fair enough. Can you fly them all? Are you proficient in all of them, or are you sort of just starting out?
I chose Me-24 as first vehicle.
And how do you get on with it? Line the laser up with that rifle. I mean, line the missile firing up with it. What the hell happened there? He's going to shoot at me in a minute. Rifle. What? Oh, there's more coming, look.
Warning. Under attack. Warning.
Right,
Under attack.
gotta move.
Warning. Under attack. Warning. Under attack.
I'm at a point where I can consistently lift off and land. Also, I just learned to do barrel rolls.
Right, okay. Here's a very big tip for you, okay? You've heard me mention the Huey 2 or 3 times. Get a Huey. Now, you're going to think it's not a lot to it, it can't do a lot, but you're absolutely wrong, right? What the Huey will allow you to do is understand how helicopters work without having all the automation, because a lot of the helicopters you've got have got stuff in there that helps you fly, right? So that's more about learning the systems. The Huey will really help you with your flying, your taking off and your control, right? If it's still in a sale, not sure whether it's in a sale, but it's normally $25 in the sale. You can use it as a freebie if you've got your game from DCS. You can use it as a freebie for 2 weeks, and even that will help you out, because it's so basic, so easy to get started, get up in the air. If you crash or get killed, it's brilliant and it won't frustrate you so much. Whereas you can imagine, you go through a shark, you learn to start up for a shark, and then you gob it, you got to do it again, and you've got another, quite a few minutes. Whereas the Hue is so easy. And once you learn how ground effect works, how you can control by flying, say, in and out of these buildings as much as you want, how to hover in ground effect, how to sling and then get gunners on it, and then practice taking your gunners and flying for the gunners and not for you. Not your gunning, you want the guys on the sides. You'll learn so much, and then when you move into the other helicopters you've got, you'll find that it's a lot easier. You'll start to recognise, like, when you get a slight wobble or a shake, you'll start to understand what's going on. With the Mi-24, for instance, there's a point where you've gone and you've suddenly rolled over to the right, I think, or something like that. All helicopters VRS, and you need to know what that is, how to counter it, how to stop it, and it's counterintuitive, all right? But yeah, helicopters are good fun, but ideally a Huey. I'm quite free at the moment, so it depends on, I'm free during the week certain times. I'm happy to help you out, just to accelerate your learning. But you can learn so much from a Huey. Hopefully those guys have lost me. Fuel wise, I'm not doing great. Gotta go and try and find them again, but this time if I do this here, I've got myself a little bit of cover from the right, and I can worry about what's going on over on the left. Let's have a look. That's drifting a little bit too much. Why is it drifting so much? Right, okay, that's on, and that shouldn't be at this point. Let's just move that over a little bit more and reset that.
Yes, I was wondering which vehicle would be the best to introduce me into the philosophy of Hillers. As a Souls gamer, when I heard me 24 is the hardest, I took the challenge, haha.
Yeah, that's fine, and you will be able to fly it. I mean, all of them you can fly. There's a world of difference between flying them and flying them. So you'll find the Huey will just give you the most education about flying the helicopters. Trust me on that one. There is a guy who flies helicopters that is usually on. He's normally in chat, but I don't think he's here now. He's from New Zealand. He's a helicopter pilot, and he used to be where the hell from? Okay. He used to be a crop sprayer. So he used to have to fly literally just over the crops in fields, pop up over the trees, and he knows his stuff, believe me. But he would agree with what I've told you. What am I under attack from? It's probably radar. Okay, let's try and get back to doing what we were doing. I'm going to have to lift up. I hope they haven't sort of come round, because that's a bit snaky. I'll put this back on so you can see it. And I might have to resort to there. Why these missiles never actually hit, I don't know. Still got my gun on, have I? No. That looks like my laser. Not my laser, my Schwal isn't resetting properly. Ah, right, okay. I see what's going on. Still got the other one selected, therefore I need to switch this on. Come on. And then press that and the helicopter will turn to match. Right. You can see that's way too bright now. That black smoke over there. Here we go. Is that a dead one? Just trying to get a good position here. Yes, I know. God, she does go on. I've got no fuel, basically. That's what it's telling me. Can't tell if there's a tank hiding there. No. It won't lock onto things that are already dead. And I still haven't seen those things over in the background. Let's go up a bit higher. Just wait for a big bang soon.
I will take your advice. Now I'm at a point where I research flight phenomenons like VRS, retreating blade stall, etc.
Yeah.
Also, I'm very happy with myself at how quickly I picked it up so far.
No, that's good. Sometimes, right, people will have a knack, right? Helicopters is all about touch. Should I say helicopters are all about touch and a light touch. And the way you, for instance, in the Huey, very much so. If you're on for a few minutes, what I'll show you a little bit I'm on about with a Huey, because I'm going to run out of fuel first. This is warning me. So let's lift up and see what I can see. I always run out of time. It's because I talk so much and explain everything to everybody. But if somebody learns something, that's good. So I'll show you what I mean with the Huey, and I'll show you how to try and handle it. We know that that's dead. Have we got anything over there? That ridge is a pain in the ass.
Thanks for hitting the button.
You're welcome. Excuse me. I used to teach the Huey a lot, and every time I taught the Huey, even though people had never touched it, I could get them actually slinging as well on their first lesson. And slinging is really difficult to do. I wasn't bothered too much about them putting it down, as in making it so that excellent, as in so that they could put the cargo down. Sorry, I forgot to mute the thing. Hang on. Sorry, no, I have a permanent cough, and that's a normal permanent cough, and it's post-nasal drip. Now I'm going to put this on to auto because I'm well within range. So now you can see that providing you're within range of the missile, which I am, which I've got selected, and these two are concentric, right, you'll see a C that lets you fire. And if you do this, oh, I better shoot it quick. Rifle. If you do this, right, the chances of you hitting your target and it blowing up are a lot higher. If you go manual, it's up to you. It means you can extend the range and you can do a few other things. And there's one gone. Now the helicopter has turned, but I need to give it a bit of help there. See, the C appears. Rifle. Yeah, it's post-nasal drip. So effectively, without meaning to sound really gory, what tends to happen is where your nose runs, it tends to not necessarily run out your nose. So it basically runs all the way down your throat, which it does anyway, but more so. And it makes me cough. And when it gets warm or stuffy, it makes me cough really bad. It's not always quite so rattly. It does sound like a smoker's cough, but it's not. Rifle. So, you know, x-rays are clear. It's just one of these pain in the ass things that I've tried all sorts, can't shake it off. And the other half's used to it now.
The aspect of realism excites me the most about DCS. That this is almost the real thing.
It's absolutely brilliant. It really is. Rifle. What you've got to bear in mind is the A10C module was used to teach the Americans how to learn the A10C. So DCS has the gaming side, and it also has a military side. And the A10C was used to get American pilots to transition from the A10A. Where's my camera gone? There it is. A10A to the A10C rifle. And that was way before it obviously came out to us. The first module to come out on DCS was this, the very early version. It was a Russian cockpit and it was very, very clunky. And it was a standalone game. So there was no multiplayer. Might as well take some of these out while I'm there, eh? Rifle. Unfortunately, you have to keep the laser pointed to it all the time. For the missile, I've got no missiles left. I think I'm out, yeah. Okay, I do have the other things. However, look at the range, right, of these. is quite far. I mean, quite short. The best range is going to be the gun. Now, I think there's more tanks and things. I can't hit them at this range. I could try, but it's not going to work. With a gun, that is. So if you look at the gun, the pip is similar to the missiles in as much as the fact you've got a maximum range. So I can't do anything with these. I've got so little fuel as well. So what I might have to do is take that off.
Dreamsley said, you can lead rockets Russian sky.
I can do, but they're not a great range. I can just cut hoofing them over. I think there's something else over here. There's still Sam, I believe. That looks like it's slightly right. Hey Zero. Oh, Cage. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the raid.
I'm nearly at the end of
With your 35 awesome.
this little bit. Could somebody give him a shout out, please, for me? If there's anybody still there.
0K0 said 07.
All good, thank you. I take it you've been DCS in today. I'm not sure if I've got anybody who can give you a shout out.
THX for a raid last week.
That's fine, mate. You're welcome. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do much with this. Right, okay, so getting back, let me sort this shout out. Yeah, I'm on a bit later today because the other half, oh, I can't read this. The other half isn't working this weekend, so she's gaming in the other room and KSP, Kerbal Space Program. Is that what you mean? Oh, yeah, I'm aware of it. Right, cheers for that. Just 1 minute. That needs to go there, that needs to go there. I'm aware of it, the first one I got. Right, are you still here? Who was it, Potent?
Page 0 said, I'm going to eat. Have a good live stream and a fly safe 07.
Yeah, cheers, matey. Thank you very much. Right, there's a couple of things. Let's have a look. We need to supply this place, I think. No, sorry, this place. They've only got one supply. So I think the first thing I'm going to have to do... someone's already bringing something up. It's probably AI. He's in a Chinook. Okay, in that case, I'll just jump in and jump in a helicopter in the Huey. And I'll very quickly go through some of the things on the Huey that you need to be aware of and also control. It's very easy to start up. Okay, I'll shut the doors. And you literally look up. Now, there's a few other things you can do, but for the purposes of this, you don't need to worry about them. You look at these. This is the area where you would start. You put the AC power onto AC phase, DC onto essential buzz, which is 2 clicks, right? These are just dials, displays down there. So once I've done that, and I only do it because that's part of the things and you're supposed to look at the values, I don't bother changing them to other things. Switch on the main gen, right, which is down, and shut the cover. Unfortunately, sometimes it's difficult to get the cover without switching that down. Switch a battery on. That's not the battery. And you'll hear a siren. The siren is the low RPM warning. You can switch the low RPM warning off by looking to the left of the yellow bit, right? And then it will stop. It'll automatically come back on when you start. Pop your fuel on. Pop the hydraulics on. force trim, chip detector forward, and then relax. Okay, I'll put the axis on so you can see what's going on. Make sure this is forward, which it is, the governor. Okay, fuel's on. So we're going to press and hold start now. We're going to watch the gas producer and let go of the start button when it hits 40. Round about 15, the rotor's going to start turning. And then we keep this held till it gets to 40. Now, when you're doing it without all this conversation, it's quite quick. Now it's not starting. Okay, something I forgot to do. So you could see straight away it's not starting, and one of the things you have to do is pop some fuel.
5x5 said throttle.
Exactly, thank you. One of the things you have to do is load the gas turbine up with some fuel to get it started. So the easiest way of starting it up is to turn the throttle with a mouse. Okay, you can use the mouse wheel or hold the mouse and turn it, or simply use page up. And what you want to do is get all the way up to the top, all the way back down to the bottom. Okay, and then start again. When you hold it, you'll hear the engine start kicking in. At 15, the rotor will go. But these are little things that you learn, and you'll know straight away what's gone wrong. Okay, that's a classic one. And let go at 40. Okay. Right, so once you let go, you'll see the RPM increase. The RPM has two needles, one for the rotor, one for the engine. So you want to keep these needles together. So now we're going to start pushing the throttle, and I've got mine literally on a throttle, and you'll see it start increasing. You want to keep the needles together. If you let the engine RPM run away, it will shear. There's a pin on the rotor that holds the rotor into the assembly, and you can shear it off and the blade will fly away, which I'm sure everybody who's flown a Huey has had happen to them through one reason and another. And just keep going all the way up to the top. Okay, this will all be in the green. All the warning messages have gone bar 2. One of them is IFF. This is an IFF radio to the co-pilot's right knee. Simply turn the big knob one to the right. The rest of it does no function, even though it clicks. Look up. We're going to put the inverter down, and we're going to put the starter generator to standby. Okay. The master caution is on there because an alarm came on. So when you're flying, you can't see these alarms. So if there is one, you'll see master caution appear. You reset it with a little switch on the top left, and you move it forward, and that's it. Now if you look at the compass, you'll see this is pointing just 2 notches below 240 and a few notches above the west. Yeah, this is telling us it's north. So we need to adjust this by using the synchronizing knob, and we simply turn it to match this one. So in this case we'll be turning it this way, and as we turn it, if you look here, there's a little window with a circle in it. As we turn it, it's going to go from a circle to a cross. When you see a cross, you've gone too far. When you see a circle, you haven't gone far enough. So you want to see half a cross and half a circle. The trouble is, really, you look at it and you think, is that half a cross or is that half a cross? So what I would do is look back here, and look, we've got 1, 2 and a little bit notches less than 240, and here we've got 1, 2 and a bit notches less than 240. So to me that doesn't look like half a cross, but it matches there. It's also possible to turn this so that this here is at the top, and you'll see this. So always check the numbers, otherwise your compass is 180 degrees out. Right, when you take off in the Huey, it's going to spin to the right. So you need to compensate by adding some left rudder. And the left rudder, right, you see down here, is you want round about a third, okay? Also, what it will do is go forward, lift up, and just roll over. So we're going to compensate for that once we take off by moving this cyclic down a little bit down here. It's always best when you learn a Huey to do it off an apron where you've got horizontal vertical lines, because what that will do is show you which way you're drifting. Now the sun's not in a great place. Is there a windsock here? Anyone see a windsock? Nope. So we don't know where the wind is. If you do left alt and B, which is the yeah.
Hey, I wanted to buy either a Flaming Cliffs aircraft with Persian Gulf or either the MiG-21 or Riggin. Do you think it's worth buying a Snap without an FF module, considering I have the F-15C?
Is it worth buying? Okay, what the question is it the MiG, which is the MiG-21, and a map without? It won't make any difference, right? In terms of whether it's a full fidelity or not, as far as that goes. A couple of little problems you may have if you go to fly on a multiplayer server. That's 3 modules. No, it won't have any difference. It depends on your controller as well, your controls, because unlike where you saw me start the helicopter up, you can't click buttons in the cockpit, so you're going to have to learn a lot of keystrokes or set up your controls with a lot of controls. If you can afford to buy a full fidelity module, I would do that. If you can wait for the sale, now we've just had Chinese New Year and I think the sale may have finished, but there'll be a spring sale. Where are we? March. When spring? March. So you'll find in a few weeks we're likely to have a spring sale, and then we'll have a summer sale and other sales in between. So if you haven't tried those things, what I would suggest is download your DCS from DCS, not from Steam. Go onto your account online and you can switch a little toggle and it'll give you an option to download most of the modules that will each work for 2 weeks. So you can test out and see how you get on with them. And then you can choose the one you prefer. You can download some of the maps for free for 2 weeks. You can download the most of the modules for free for 2 weeks. So that way round, you'll get a chance to try them and see what you think yourself. Do you see what I mean? If you didn't know that and you've downloaded Steam, as long as you've not bought anything, then get rid of it. But Persian Gulf is nice, but one of the best maps is Syria, because you've got sea, you've got all the different types of land, so there's a lot of scenarios. The only downside is it's really big. It'll take a lot of memory, if that helped. If we look here, we can see the wind is 240, coming from 240, I think, towards 60. So we could go down here, set the compassy thing here to 60, and you see this little bug moving around. I think the wind's coming from that direction. You need to know where the wind is. I was looking for the wind sock so that we can sort of try and get into a hover. Okay, so left, as I said, as we start to go light, let's put my head tracking back on. We're going to pull the stick back. When I say pull it back, it's not mad, it's gentle. Watch. There we go. If we go to the right, then we need to basically push a bit more left with the rudder. If we go to the left, we need to drop off. But look at the movement of the stick to make this helicopter work, right? And this is how you need to learn, because it's the same thing for most helicopters. It's all about really small, gentle moves, like little nudges. This is why I said, if you learn the Huey, you'll get the best possible way of trying to learn how to fly. Now I'm turning around, I'm looking for that little mark, because if you want to learn to hover in ground effect being the way that the air gets pulled down by the blades, right? You need to put your nose into the wind, because helicopters do something called weather vaning, and that is they basically will turn towards the wind. Now some helicopters are more susceptible than others, but what I'm doing is trying to put my nose into the wind as best as I can and making tiny adjustments so I can get into a hover. Okay, now if you notice I keep getting pushed back, so I'll give it a little bit more, and the adjustments I make, look, if I'm going forward like that, I'm actually moving my stick right back and then to the middle, okay, to make these adjustments. That's how fine the movement is, and then I trim it and we see where it goes. You can see by the lines and the squares it's drifting forward a little bit, but if you get it quite close, watch, if I hold my stick properly now, I can just stop the helicopter. I barely need, well, I don't need to move it, I just need to apply a bit of pressure on the helicopter. So if I wanted to sling something physically, I could do it. Okay. But also, once you've learned how to do that, you then want to learn about moving around obstacles. So we've obviously got obstacles around us. This is not the best place. Best place I find is Krasnodar Central Base on Corks's map, because you've got hangars and you can fly around those hangars, but you don't want to go mad, you want control. Okay, so you need to learn how, this is weird, but you need to learn how big your chopper is, what space it takes up, where your tail is, work out whether you can go through a gap or not, and you need to basically have a level of control, so even if you're close to something, it's using control, and that any odd air that blows the helicopter, which it will when you're around by buildings, right, you're controlling the helicopter, not the odd air. And you want to learn how to fly into funny little spaces. Now, as I said, it's better at Krasnodar Central on Caucasus. So all of this is just control. You can stop it, make it move, stop it again if you want. You don't want any panicky moves whatsoever. If you're going through something like here where you need to lift up, that's fine. I'm not touching the collective, right? I'm going to move over here, lift up just a fraction, get over the roof. See, I suddenly went backwards then. Right. That, what's happening there is the air blowing on that slopey roof and blowing me back. Okay? So these are all the things you need to learn. This little slopey roof, now I need my collective to go up just a fraction. This will blow me off to the side if I wasn't doing any other forces. It'll blow me off to the right. You need to know whether you can get through this gap. There's a tree there. I've got a building behind me. Am I going to be able to lower myself down without catching my tail? Can I go through this gap? If you use VR, the gap between here and there is going to look massive. When I get round behind here, can I turn the helicopter round? Can I get between that gap there and that roof? Where are my blades? Where are my skids underneath me? Can I get through here? When I get through here, can I start to turn round this way without hitting the back of my tail rotor on the lamppost? And the point I'm trying to make is, if you bother to learn how to do all these things, it's going to make your helicopter flying so much easier. So when you're jumping into different helicopters, it takes a while to get used to how they behave, but the more time you put in, the better you'll get. The more control you've got, the less you're suddenly going to crash. It's the panicky moves that get you, believe me. But I bet the guy who was asking about it has gone already. But anybody, if you're going to fly helicopters, learn how to fly this. And when you think you've got it, right, fly it with gunners, your weight changes, your balance changes. And when you fly with side door gunners, you've got to fly the helicopter for them to shoot. Are you still there? Oh, it definitely is. It's so much harder. And the thing is, I'm not sitting here really concentrating on it because I don't have to. Because, right, it's muscle memory. And as I said to you before, the control, you can see my stick. What's my stick doing? And yet you can see the helicopter's moving. Watch, I'll slow it down. And that's how little movement you need, you know what I mean? That's the point I'm making. How do you get better at spotting? What are you in? It's really quite difficult, but what you need to do, and I'm not the best at it, is if you've got white hot, black hot, then go with that. If you're flying something like this, you switch your gunners onto auto for rules of engagement, and I'll show you what I mean, right? So if we load some gunners up, which I might not be able to here, but we'll see. So 3 and 4 are your gunners. Stick on the M134 miniguns. Okay. Say okay. Let's see what happens. If we don't get a copy, right, it means we're not close enough to where we need to rearm from, or we haven't got the radio on, so we'll switch the radio to internal. Sorry, not intercom, I mean. And then we'll try that one again. And if it doesn't load, it could just be because of where I am.
Request rearming.
The instrument display is also so much easier to read than the 24. Way more user-friendly.
It's because it's so basic. Just remember when these things came out. It's so basic. I mean, people go around saying, I don't fly with a trimmer. Well, you should be using the trimmer. You might not need to in-game, but you got to fly for 30 minutes in a straight line or over some mountains or whatever, or over the sea, right? Your arm's going to ache. Now, in real life, you'd got all these cables and things that you're moving around, hydraulic system, right? And your arm would wear out. You imagine in Vietnam, there's no way you could fly like that. And the trimmer is really useful. Right, now we've got gunners, even though we're not going to be able to do a lot with them, if you go to the left hand and right hand gunner, and I think it's let's have a look. Is it that one? Why is that not working? There we go. Control, left control 3 and 4, they're on free fire. Okay, so once they switched on, the other thing is they're on long, and I switched it without realising, so I'm going to switch that off to short, otherwise you waste your ammo. So if you're flying a helicopter and you're trying to spot, oh yeah, you're in F-18, these guys will start firing. And when you fly this for them, right, what you have to do is fly, right, so that they can point at the target. And that may involve, say there was somebody down here on the building, right, I'm holding that left gunner at a point where he can shoot, and then I'm going round in a sort of circle to keep him in position and shooting over there. And I keep an eye on that down there, and I can tell when he's run out. If he's slumped, he's dead. Okay, so we would be like circling the building now, and he'd just be letting rip. And it depends what's there as to how high I'm going to be able to fly. Same with the right gunner as well. If the co-pilot had got guns, then I'd set up for him, which is a bit easier. But flying through towns when you've got soldiers hiding, this is really, really good exercise. As for the F-18, right, you've got your targeting pod or T-pod, and you need to make sure that it's in your white hot and or black hot mode. And when you start looking, right, usually on most targeting pods, you'll have a waypoint that you start from, and you want to do things logically. I mean, when you're flying in a plane as fast as you're probably flying in the F-18, this is trim now just to fly at a weird angle. When you fly in the F-18, for instance, you are going to be over targets really, really quick. So you want to find yourself a mark point or a waypoint, and then work out from it. So let me just jump out of fear, and we'll pop this down here. Moving a little bit quick, so I'm slowing down. Always go for a hover, right, because the last little bit is easy. If you're in a very low level ground effect hover, landing is quite easy to do, right. So when you're trying to look for targets, if you're in the A10, you can fly round and round in circles. When you're in the F-18, one of the things I would suggest is, let's get out of that, use a waypoint. For instance, we've got a waypoint. Where is it? Here somewhere, right? So instead of just randomly looking, because it looks quite easy to see at the moment, you want to work your way down, so you'll have a waypoint. So just try and look down a line, and then move over and look down the line and move over, and just be systematic. If you lose track, you can push your targeting pod back to where you started. So you can either go and think, or you can wiggle around and then stop and then go somewhere else and stop. But use a waypoint or a mark point, right, to keep going back to a starting point, and try and keep track of where you go. And when you're in an A10, we would typically say be down here somewhere, and you go around in a circle, okay? The targeting pod, you can tell it to look there, and as you go round, it will give you a certain amount of time in this area, and then it will start masking. The trouble is with an A10C is the targeting pod is on a wing, one wing or the other, so you have limited time. right? So the bigger the circle, the more time on view. The other thing is, as long as you haven't got SAMs there, right, you could go around in a massive circle like this and keep your targeting pod at that place. And then you just basically look through an area. Each block here, right, for instance, you just divide it up into 10. Okay? It's easy to work out where 5 is. It's easy to work out where halfway is. And then once you've got that, you can then start working through a little quarter. You could divide that up into another 10, obviously mentally. Do you see what I mean? And just work your way through. Or if you're looking down buildings, when you put your targeting pod somewhere, that's where it stays till you move it. So it allows you to work down in lines. If you're flying that way and you're trying to look that way, then you're not going to get so much time on the target. But literally, it will take a long time before you start spotting stuff. I remember when I started to learn many, many years ago, I was awful at it. And even now when I look at something, I can't tell you what it is. I might spot a tank and I might spot, is it a BTM or something like that? But when I see SAMs, I look, and very often I don't know what it is. I just know enough not to let it see me. So I try and be a bit sneaky if I can. The other thing is, on the F-18 and most of the other things, if you've got what's the word thing that goes round and round and round? Squid. If you've got a drone that's going round and round, it'll show you some of these targets. So when you can see the targets, like over here, if you click on it, you've got coordinates.
Patrolling?
I can't remember. It's a drone or a JTAC thing. So you could, for instance, here, click on it, and then you'll get a list of coordinates. And it depends on what type of plane you fly, is what type of coordinates you want. This works for a F-18, I think. If I change my coordinate type, that's for a A10C, right? And it means that once I know where this is, because one of our radars, I picked it up, I can, on the fly, program that in, right, to my CDU as I'm going along. And you can do it in the F-18 as well. So it might be worth you having a look on how to do that. And that way round, you can tell your targeting pod to go to that location.
Said you can press alt and left click and
Yeah.
it will give you all the types and you can go back to the cockpit and it will stay on the screen.
Yeah, that alt and left click, right? The thing is, you can see I'm really old school and I still forget to use these, to be honest. So this is another way they introduced some time ago, but it was well after I started. And you can get the data from there. And as was said, when you go, I'm already in something, when you go into your plane or whatever you're in, you can then read it off and type it in. Or I don't know whether you can copy it in, I'm not sure. But it's a lot easier than it used to be. If you want a reference point to see how to do some of these things, right, if you want a reference point, have a look at Chuck's guides. So type in, I'll type it in for you. So literally type in CHUCKS, if I can find S. Should come up with a link, and that link will take you to a complete set of PDFs for all sorts of planes and things. It's the guy who wrote it, Owl, basically has done it in a form that isn't so dry as the actual manuals that come with it. So you can specifically get the F18 one and go and have a flick through. There'll be a lot of information at the front, but look in the index and there'll be how to program in a location, waypoint, mark point, and you'll have a little section and it'll walk you through what you've got to do, and it'll also have diagrams and pictures, right, showing you how to do it, and it's a really, really good guide. So use it as a reference and go and have a look. Right, with that being said, it's getting dark again already and I'm still flying. I normally finish at 2. With that being said, I will be winding up now, everybody. Thank you very much, and thanks for those who came over and stayed. I'll have a look for somebody else to pass you all over to. Hopefully the guys who have been on here have learnt something from doing these missions today. I've got to change the time so it doesn't go dark so quick. We've taken another base and we're working our way up, and we've got all these to take. This is a persistent mission, so I need to do a little bit of tweaking to make sure that when nobody's on, it's not doing it and change the time.
It is so good to learn many things again and again.
Again, repetition, although you don't want to listen to me all the time, repetition is the way things sink in. When I mentioned earlier about doing a startup, try and do your own, get someone to go through something and repeat it with them, let them go through it 6, 7, 8 times, and then write your own. Just writing things down helps you remember. Repetition helps you remember. Using the nomenclature I said before about RK for right knee, or RT for right thigh, RE for right elbow, RS for right shoulder, gives you a clue where to look for the control you're looking for, and so on. So anything to make it easier. If anyone does want any sort of, wants me to go through a specific helicopter, not that I can remember them all now, during the week, if you got time, I've got time. If you let me know, I can always let you know whether I can spare a couple of hours or whatever. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. Let me go and see who's flying.
I want to share an info real quick.
Yeah, go on. When you say share, if you...
Apprentice said, I feel lucky that I found your channel.
You're welcome.
I wish I get good enough to join you.
You can join anyway. You can join anyway. I don't mind the skill level of anybody coming and join us. The only thing I ask is don't mess around.
The guys in chat also can add kneeboard in game that shows all the sound codes and table codes. It is really helpful.
Yes, there's quite a few custom kneeboards, and depending on what mission you're on, there's custom kneeboards, and there's some there's pieces of paper as well. If you start Googling for information, you can find lots. One of the things I find having kneeboards, right, is when I'm explaining switches and buttons and things and what I'm looking at as I'm going along.
Does this game have, or is it just PvP?
No, it's both. It's whatever you want it to be. You can download missions that are primarily PvE. You can download missions or go on servers that are primarily PvP. You can also have a bit of both. So it's whatever you want. You've got a mission editor that will allow you to build whatever you want, which sounds really difficult. It's not as bad as it sounds. Right, I'm going to pass you over to somebody. I don't know who he is, I don't think. But he's got about 3 or 4 viewers. He's English speaking. I'll be on again next week, and I can give you more information if you want. If you're thinking about getting into it, just come and ask. Okay, Tremsley, let me pass everybody over to this guy. Because it's streaming, always try and give people as much support as you can. A lot of people don't stream. Right, is this going? Oh yeah. A lot of people don't stream because I don't have the confidence. And you get other people who will stream. And I used to stream with no views at all. And in fact, after 10 years maybe, I still only get a few views, but that's fine. As long as someone learns something. And if you go on to somebody who's got a few viewers, just give them the support to encourage them to keep doing it. Right, thanks everybody. I am going to be shooting off. Thanks for all the people who stayed after the raids, and thanks everybody else who were here already. I'll be streaming Star Citizen tomorrow. See you all, and goodbye.